Mr. Chair, it's long files. Make sure we don't go reading everything, okay? Sorry to mention that, please.
I'll get through my end of it. Don't worry about me, guys.
Please,
Right.
please.
We're now live streaming.
Thank you. All right. So let me. Oh, great. So I guess we're up and running. And so with that, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Aurora Committee of Adjustment meeting for Thursday, March the 9th. It is now 7 o'clock, so I will call this meeting to order. First off, I would like to acknowledge that the Town of Aurora acknowledges that the Anishinaabe lands on which we live and work are the traditional and treaty territories of the Chippewas of Georgina Island, as well as many other nations, whose presence here continues to this day. As the closest First Nation to Aurora, we recognize the special relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and as a municipality, we join them in these responsibilities. We further acknowledge that the Town of Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas and Chippewas, recognized through Treaty Number 13, as well as the Williams Treaties of 2023. A shared understanding of how the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. So let me turn to the committee for approval of the agenda for this evening's meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the agenda? Linda, thank you very much. Seconder? Steve, thank you very much. All in favor of the agenda for this evening? And I see hands up everywhere. That's great. So with that, I will start by introducing the committee members and staff. I am the committee chair, and my name is Tom Plamondon. And the remaining members are as follows. Daniel Lajeunesse is our vice chair. Steve D'Angeli is a member as well, with Linda Duringer and David Mango. The secretary treasurer is Peter Fan. The planner this evening with us is Rosanna Punit. The council committee coordinator is Linda Botas. This is a public meeting and is being audio and video recorded. It is also being conducted virtually through the use of Zoom technology. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. This will help our town clerk prepare accurate minutes and to create a record that is available to the general public, including on the town's website. Questions about this collection should be directed to the town clerk. Please be advised that the reports being considered tonight are available on the Town of Aurora website and through staff at the town's planning department. Should you wish to receive notification of any of the decisions of tonight's meeting, please complete the appropriate form available through town staff. Owners and agents will automatically be notified. For each application that will be considered tonight, the following process will occur. I will briefly outline the purpose of the application, and then the applicant or agent will then be given an opportunity to make a presentation. However, one is not required. It is the applicant's decision whether they wish to speak or let the application proceed on the merits of the information as received. Presentations and deputations are limited to 5 minutes as much as possible. Following any initial comments from the applicant, I will invite members of the public who have an interest in the application to come forward and address the committee. Those members of the public who wish to speak must clearly state their name and address and must provide this information to the Secretary Treasurer. Should you wish to obtain a copy of the notice of decision, please complete the appropriate form available through the Secretary Treasurer. Members of the public are reminded that text comments are not permitted during the meeting and that they will not be noted in any manner or at any time. Each individual may speak only once on an issue, and once discussion has commenced in respect of a motion, no further presentations shall be made. If you require any technical assistance with your presentation, please let me know. If you wish to speak and are currently following the meeting on the YouTube feed, you will have to turn this feed off and join the meeting live, as there is a slight lag between the YouTube feed and the live feed. Please ensure that all questions or comments are directed through me as the chair, and if relevant, I will request the appropriate person respond. It should be noted that the applicant will be given the opportunity to respond to any question or comment should the committee feel that it is appropriate. So with that, I will then ask members of the committee if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof for any item on the agenda this evening, and seeing all heads shaking no. Terrific. So moving on, I'll ask the committee for approval of the minutes of the Committee of Adjustment meeting held on February the 9th, 2023, and that is meeting number 23-02. Linda, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I move that the minutes from the Committee of Adjustment meeting February 9th, 2023, number 2302 be approved.
Thank you very much. Seconder, please. Daniel, thank you very much. And all in favor of the minutes. Thank you very much. That carries. All right. We do have a, a fairly long agenda of items this evening, members of the committee and those who are waiting. And so without further ado, I'm going to get right to it. I will just thank you for your patience for those of you who will probably be with us for a while. So the first application that we have this evening is for number 3 Jarvis Avenue. This is file number MV 2022-40. The applicant is requesting relief from the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the installation of 2 mullock garbage and recycling enclosures in the front yard of the property. The mullock enclosures are intended to be screened and would offer the property owner larger capacity garbage and recycling storage with disposal services provided by a private company. The following relief is being requested. A, Section 4.20 of the zoning bylaw does not list garbage enclosures as a permitted encroachment in the front yard. The applicant is proposing a garbage enclosure in the front yard and seeks a variance to recognize it as a permitted encroachment. As a bit of background, members of the committee, you will recall that this item was considered at a previous meeting, and it was deferred in order that the applicant be able to provide additional information and also respond to some of the comments that were made initially by members of the committee. The applicant stated reasons for not complying with the zoning bylaw. The property owners would like larger capacity garbage storage and disposal service to be provided by a private company without company vehicles entering the property grounds. This calls for concealed mullock storage units to be located in the front yard relative to the primary house location. So planning comments are as follows, and with regards to the official plan, it is planning staff's opinion that the proposed variance will not result in negative impact on the character of the street and streetscape of the existing estate residential neighborhood, and as such, staff are of the opinion that the requested variance meets the general intent of the official plan. With regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the general intent of regulating the front yard encroachment is to ensure that there is no negative impact to the character of an area or streetscape. The intent of the zoning bylaw provision is again focused on maintaining a high quality public realm. And although it does not list in every instance or item of potential encroachment, so long as there is no negative visual, noise, or odor impacts, the intent of the zoning bylaw is met. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variance meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to the desirability for the appropriate development of the land, it is the opinion of staff that even with the addition of 2 molochs in the front yard, the property will continue to be in keeping with the other surrounding estate properties in the neighborhood area. Again, staff are of the opinion and that the requested variance is considered desirable for the appropriate development of the property. With regards to it being considered minor in nature, staff are of the opinion that the requested variance is minor in nature. Other departments and agencies circulated. Building division, preliminary zoning review was completed on December the 7th, 2022. Engineering division, no comments providing and stating no comments or concerns with the proposed application. Operational services parks, no comments or concerns with the proposed application. Operational services public works, no comments received. Central York Fire Services, no comments received. And York Region, no comments or concerns with the proposed application. Same for LSRCA and Electra Utilities. Now, public's correspondence, members of the committee will remember that there were comments in written form that were provided for us at the last meeting. Those comments were put together under the category in the staff report for public correspondence. And the concerns that were raised by the public, including concern with the appropriateness of molochs that are commercial/industrial in nature in an estate residential neighborhood, were addressed. Concerns with the location and lack of buffering and screening were addressed in staff's comments. Concern with the overall aesthetics and appeal of the property, again, comments were covered off in the staff report. Members of the committee will also remember that there were comments on the screening from the committee members as well. And we have received a revised site plan, and that there are a list, or there are 2 conditions in Appendix A that would apply should this be approved. So I'll look to the applicant or agent if they are with us this evening. I believe I have a list here of people joining us, and I believe it is Chris Pertotokt, if I have that correct. Welcome, and just for the record, your name and your address, please.
Hi, my name is Chris Pertato from C-Space Architecture. The address of our business is 8841 George Bolton Parkway in Caledon, Ontario.
Welcome.
And thanks. And thank you for seeing me. You might remember me from January's meeting.
Yes, we do. Thank you for being with us again.
Thanks for having me. I'm the architect for this project and representing the homeowners. And I just wouldn't mind saying, clarifying a couple of issues, just to explain the proposal again and clarifying any misunderstandings to new people who are just viewing this now. And we have a couple of renderings we've prepared as well to illustrate how we've kind of revised the proposal since our last meeting. The owners of 3 Jarvis currently live in the immediate neighborhood, and they've long planned to move to this address. The family is large and growing with frequent visits from immediate family. Their current domestic and professional lifestyle generates a substantial amount of garbage and recyclables already, to the point where they currently use private garbage collection services in the same neighborhood and often have some waste material, substantial waste material sitting at the roadside for indeterminate lengths of time. The homeowners wish to improve their current system in terms of efficiency, hygiene, storage, movement, and disposal methods. They've conducted substantial research into this, including looking into municipal and regional initiatives to improve garbage collection in the future. We believe the system as currently proposed is the most optimal or cutting edge method of handling and disposing a relatively large volume of waste products within the context of an estate residential neighborhood. We would really like to emphasize that what's proposed is not like systems you might have seen in non-residential sites, such as commercial industrial sites, in that the system will be substantially smaller and will be concealed from street views. Another goal is to improve the curb appeal of this house and the neighborhood in general. This property is ample front lot frontage with mature vegetation. The Molochs are to be located in the front yard and hidden by a fenced enclosure that makes up part of the front gate and will be concealed from south and southwest views by mature trees and a landscape berm. The owners have expressed no objections at all to adding additional mature trees and other landscape elements as needed to provide visual screening and further beautify the streetscape. And just to quickly address some of the major comments that came from our last meeting that we hope we've handled this time. The accuracy of tree locations of the site plan and location of existing driveway, in general, accurate plotting of the lot frontage. So we've since resurveyed the exact locations of these trees and the driveway and plotted it in the revised site plan that we've submitted to you. The dashed lines express where the existing one is, and as well as the proposed driveway. We've worked to conceal the Molochs further by adding gates on the side facing the driveway. In fact, we've now added a wood fenced enclosure that will be taller than the Moloch installations. We're thinking 1.5 meters in height, which would be more than half a meter above the Moloch lid. And that would be all 4 sides of the garbage enclosures, as well as the screening around them as well. Landscape screening is still proposed to be 1.2 meters in height, and we have no problems adding more than what's shown already. Communication with the neighbors, which is a little difficult in a estate neighborhood where many houses have security gates and might not always be home. But we have left packages with immediate neighbors with a letter explaining the intent, the reasoning, as well as the revised site plan and these new renderings that weren't available during our last meeting. And I wouldn't mind being able to walk you through the renderings if possible, or just show a few images briefly.
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'll share the screen. Okay, it's right there. Thank you. Okay, so that's showing the north entry side from the driveway there, showing the paved driveway. The fenced enclosure that you see there will conceal the Molochs behind. We're showing the trees as exists, as well as some proposed plantings. Those will be hemlocks, taxus, which are like dense evergreens, and so they stay green throughout every season. And the idea is to integrate this enclosure, this fence enclosure, with the gate, with the kind of gate assembly of which many estate residences in the neighborhood have. And then if we can just go to different views. That's a view from direct west of the entry, just showing the gate, the house beyond, and the enclosure, which we're hoping is completely invisible from this view, even the gate. We can go to the next view. Just to zoom in into the gate too. This is the view that you would get if you're entering it. And yes, this would be as far as the garbage collection truck goes. Then they will just use a mini crane apparatus on the truck to grab the enclosures, dump in the truck, and then exit the neighborhood. Okay, next view. Then the next two are just showing kind of views from the south, from the streetscape there. Again, we hope the enclosure is completely concealed by vegetation. If not, there's going to be a very pleasing wooden fence behind them, and then the masonry of the gate assembly. And the next one, please. And an overhead view. You have to be a bird to see this, but that just kind of shows the location of everything in general. And then if we have the drawings. Thank you very much. That's the entire site plan. And then you'll see over to the left, I think we have a zoomed in view, the next one of the enclosure itself there. So that's just showing, it's plotting out where the current trees are located, current brush, as well as the proposed gate where the Molochs are going to be and the landscaping around there. And yes, we can, and a couple of the landscape berms on either side. And yeah, we have no objection to adding additional vegetation. And just in closing, we're aware of the neighbors' concerns and have been working closely with the town planning department to ensure that this work will be executed in a decorative fashion and the concealment of the units is satisfactory. A condition of this minor variance is approval of the finished construction by the Town of Aurora Director of Planning and Development Services. And we're open to fulfilling all the other conditions you may wish to add as well. Tree inventory, anything you like. Thank you.
Okay. That's a pretty open-ended invitation.
Well, yes, but I hope you get our gist
reason.
there. Within
Yeah.
reason, yes.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. I understand that there are delegations, delegates who wish to address the committee. So I'll ask staff. I believe we have two. Want to call in from Seymour Martin. So staff, whichever one is easiest for you to bring into the meeting, that's fine.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Seymour Martin is within the call. I ask that Seymour please unmute himself.
So Mr. Martin, if you are with us and want to introduce yourself and provide us with your address, that would be appreciated.
He hasn't, through the chair, he hasn't unmuted yet.
Mr. Chairman, good evening.
Good
Hello.
evening. Yes, hello,
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr. Martin.
Yes, good evening, sir, and to you and other members of your committee and other participants in this evening's proceedings. So you are aware of communications I have directed to you since December. I think my first letter was dated the 3rd of December. My second one, I believe, the 5th of March. This evening, I wish to state that I am a little disappointed to hear that the staff report does not find that there is any negative impact on what is being proposed on the property at 3 Jarvis specifically, and more generally on the street. A little disappointed to hear that, but I respect the staff reports, the opinion expressed therein. I recall, Mr. Chairman, that at the last meeting, Mr. Furtado indicated that the shed that is being built on the property, which is in the northwest quadrant of the lot, the main purpose of that shed is to accommodate recyclable items. I just wonder, if that is the case, is it possible to consider locating the Molochs in that vicinity of the lot?
So, all right, perhaps if you have questions and you want those directed to the applicant, I'll allow the applicant to comment as we go through. So, Chris, if you want to reply on that.
Okay, that shed, I think is supposed to, it's very close to the house. It's intended to mostly house sporting equipment and some green bin items as well. The idea behind the whole Molochs, because there are kind of substantial waste products coming in and out and packaging and such, is to have the truck come in and service empty the garbage disposal units without entering the premises, like without passing the gate. So it's just as efficient as possible in terms of both collecting and storing and disposing. We're trying to kind of minimize movement of all parties, storage in many different locations, and just the kind of mess that can ensue from there.
I see. So the green bins you mentioned that will be stored in the shed, will the truck not go through the gate to get to that location?
I think the idea is for municipal collection for green, although I'm not completely certain. They might choose to store it in these locations as well. So I'm guessing it would be in there. Right now we have 2 locations for waste and recyclable. So the green would be a smaller storage receptacle and could probably be handled by municipal.
A final question, Mr. Furtado. What was the reason for not considering locating the Molochs up in that area in the first place?
Just so a truck can get in and out without entering the premises, so that it can be just, the storage and disposal can be as efficient as possible.
I see. Okay. Okay. As I said, we are still of the view that this location of the Molochs is not the most pleasing. And, we would much rather not see the Molochs so close to the street, because I know that they're just a matter of feet in from the culvert. But as I said, at this juncture, staff has expressed its opinion, and I guess the matter is now in the hands of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. I'll look then. I believe it's Mr. Rob Spearing, who is also a member of the public who wishes to address the committee.
Yes, hi, it's Rob Spearing. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Mr. Spearing. Welcome. And just for the record, your address, please.
Yes, I'm Rob Spearing. I live at 8 Jarvis Avenue.
Very good, sir. Go right ahead.
Yeah. There was a concern by neighbors that such a large volume of waste and the location of the waste bin would be dangerous and aesthetically displeasing. I met with 22 households and received 30 signatures opposing the approval of the Mullock waste bins at number 3 Jarvis. And here are a list, or here are the questions and concerns that the neighbors had. And they're broken down into 3 categories: purpose, aesthetics, and operation. So on the category or the subject of purpose, the questions that I got asked is what is the wet and dry weekly capacity of the Mullock bins? Will there be any dangerous or toxic substances? There's nothing in the information that goes and specifies that. What business will be operated on the property that would require such a large volume of garbage disposal? And how many people are expected to visit the house for business purposes? Is this additional traffic? This is additional traffic to the trucks unloading the bins. On the subject of aesthetics, the bins are located outside the driveway gate and can only partially be hidden from the street and the neighbors. For sure, the enclosure helps, and that definitely looks better, but it is still quite visible. Are there any other Mullock bins approved in Aurora? I don't believe so. I've asked around, or other Mullock bins in any other neighborhoods. Typically, what I've heard is the Mullock bins are more used in commercial and industrial locations. Approving them for this neighborhood would set a precedent for the town of Aurora. During windy days, there's a potential for garbage to be thrown from the container during unloading of the containers. And I'll speak more of that under operation and why that might happen. Going on to the subject of operation, how often will the garbage bins be emptied? We are in a wooded residential area with coyotes, raccoons, and other wildlife and rodents. How will the smell be controlled to prevent attracting animals to the area, which is on a busy street? How will the owners ensure the bins are emptied and not sitting half full, generating odors? What is the contract schedule for emptying the bins? This is all information that's not provided on the sheet, and really for the purposes of reviewing this for their acceptance are all really important questions. How often will deliveries for business purposes be made to the house? This is additional traffic that poses risk. If additional garbage and recycling are needed, why not use more standard bins used by the town? I think Chris, I don't know how to pronounce the last name, so Chris, I hope you're okay. I call you Chris. Yeah, why not use the standard bins or just get more of them? They can be purchased. And then how will the waste bins be filled? Likely need to access daily, whereas truck to empty might be on a monthly basis. Again, there's no information given in the application. On the subject of operation, each Mullock waste bin is 4 foot by 3 foot, 4 foot by 3 inches in diameter and 8 foot by 10 inches high. And it sticks out of the ground by 3 foot, 3 inches. Now, the Mullock bins are emptied using a lift crane. The crane lifting the bag from inside the waste bin will need to lift to approximate height of a 20 foot. That's the tote itself that's in the bag, and the length of the bin is 8 foot. So it'll have to go up 8 foot plus the height of the crane. That'll take it up to about 20 feet tall. That's considerably high for a residential area for unloading of a bin. So the good intentions of the existing owners to properly care for and maintain the bins is not any assurance that future owners of the house will do the same. What restrictions are being placed on the bins by the town of Aurora, and how can we ensure that they are checked? Last item on operation is the bins are a safety risk to children. Do they have a lock on the enclosure and a lock on the cover? So just to summarize, every house I visited in the neighborhood where the neighbors were home and I got to talk to them, they were eager to sign the list to disapprove the Mullock waste bins. They are concerned about the aesthetics and danger they bring with their operation. Industrial and commercial waste bins, like the Mullock bins, are not approved in residential areas. If there is a variance, why not locate inside the owner's driveway gates where it can be better controlled and reduce risk? That's what I had to say. Thank you. Thank you very much to be able to speak on our. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I thought it was me.
No, I was just going to say, very well organized presentation, Mr. Spearing, and I believe the applicant's agent will probably be able to answer some of your questions. And let's see if we can get some feedback again from Mr. Purtado.
Hello. Hi. Okay, I'll try to answer a few of the questions as I understood them. For one, I suppose, yeah, I did see the letter with the 30 signatures, but I'm not sure if that was done. Let me see. When did that come out? That came out mid-December. So I'm not sure if the proposal was fully understood at that time by any of the neighbors. I don't know. I think the general consensus maybe around there was that we were putting an industrial installation in a front yard. So we've taken a lot of efforts to kind of show that it's a much smaller bin than what you see in typical commercial industrial methods, as well as we're lowering it. It's going to be quite a bit lower, the lid being 1 meter maximum above grade. The width of these bins are maybe only like a few inches, what is it, like 6 to 12 inches wider than a typical garbage bin. And in terms of operation, I think Appendix C on the materials that were submitted to the town really goes into how the bins are operated and a lot of the science behind the containment and the odor control that happens here. So they're very clean. They're like a standard, like they're an evolution of garbage disposal right now and storage. They're very discreet. They do have a lock on the top. In other applications, like the substances are sometimes in there for up to 6 months at a time before they're emptied, and there's no odors or anything escaping. A lot of it's because of the temperature of the ground that they're in and the design of the bins. In terms of what kind of business for disposal and so forth, I'm not at liberty to say the exact business, but it's the homeowners do live in the exact neighborhood. They live around the corner, and they've been running, they've been operating like this for a little while, and they're just not satisfied with you know, they do have a private collection already kind of coming in and taking their waste. They do leave a lot of waste outside on the streets, and they you know, they're just looking for a more efficient, they're looking for the next level in terms of in tackling this kind of problem. And they foresee how more businesses become home-based. This will kind of become more of the norm as time goes on a little bit. In terms of windy days, pests and smells and so forth, the system's explicitly designed to keep pests out, keep garbage from covering the streets in both the containment and the execution, the disposal into the truck. So it's a very clean operation, and I believe Appendix C just is a big write-up that we've given a technical document that explains everything about it. The waste being held there will certainly not be toxic. It's mostly just going to be domestic packaging, nothing industrial in nature at all. In terms of aesthetics, we've revised the drawings a couple times, and hopefully we've demonstrated how the containers are smaller, and we've designed it in a way that we think will beautify the neighborhood as well as screen the containers from everywhere. The gate will be locked. The containers will be locked. There's no way children are going to be getting into this. And any other questions? Did I miss anything?
I think you covered most of that.
Okay. I mean, I urge you just to read Appendix C and go through a bit of the literature with some of the more technical questions in terms of storage, the science behind the containers, and the disposal methods. I believe that they intend to have it picked up maybe every 2 weeks. Although, like I said, they can be designed for a lot longer. And right now they do have private collection, and doesn't seem like the neighborhood is affected by it right now.
Am I allowed to comment or ask a question?
Yes, if you can ask a follow-up question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Furtado. Just on the risk and safety, and the typical garbage truck through the neighborhood on a weekly basis, it's always going forward. It's designed that way. It doesn't back up. A person's at the back of the truck, so it's designed for a residential area. The one that's going to be unloading and loading these mullock bins will have to back up into the space, and that's one of the reasons why the regulation is the way it is. And there's many other things that we're not even thinking of, but I'm sure are important, because that's why the regulation was developed the way it is. If a dog or a kid gets run over by the truck, I don't know. Does the truck have a person on the back, like a city garbage truck does, or is it a single person driving the truck? These are the things that the questions that I was being asked by the neighbors were all concerns, and I don't think the details are there or the restrictions are defined well enough. You say it might be paper. Well, that's a big difference than if it's all wet garbage disposal, and if it is just dry goods, paper boxes and paper materials, then we should be considering that restriction on the approval of these bins, as an example, and also the frequency of collection and other things that would protect the neighbors.
Again, Chris, if you want to comment on that, I think a lot of the concerns that are being brought up are not so much related to planning issues. They're related, and to the reason for the minor variance. They're more operational. Is the truck going to be able to pick these things up? I'm not sure that it's totally relevant to what we are considering as a committee. I think a lot of the things that we as a committee have been concerned with, for example, the screening of the bins themselves, issues around, we're basically would be allowing bins to be half submerged. Is there water collection? How's that?
Mm-hmm.
to be managed and issues around that. There's always been issues around my garbage, for example, and everyone else's garbage in the community on, recycling day. I pick up all kinds of paper and blown plastic out of the blue bins every single second or every single Tuesday, for example. We've had, every community seems to have its fair share of raccoons, that get into any regular bin, for example. And I believe that what a lot of the concerns that have been raised by members of the public and the committee, were brought forward. And I guess we're at a point right now where have those concerns from a planning perspective and been addressed to the satisfaction of everyone on the committee and members of staff. So, to find out whether the truck is going to come once a week or once every 3 weeks, I would imagine would become a question of routine and how quickly those bins fill, because like any other resident in Aurora, there is a capacity limit on what you put out at the road. There's also, certain days, for example, when you can when you can put out, things other than normal garbage, and we all live within those rules and regulations. So, I'm not. The reason I'm making this point is because some of the issues that you're bringing up may not be reason from a planning and a zoning perspective to defer this to a future meeting and get some more operational information. I don't know that that's going to make that much of a difference at this point. So I can understand the applicant's agent, saying I may not have all the answers to your questions as a matter of, of practicality at this point.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess I'm a little bit surprised. I don't see how you can approve the bin, though, without considering the operation of the bin. This is so critically important. And the reason why I think the regulation was developed the way it was as much the operation and what's in the bin than anything else. But again, that's just surprising to me. That operation is a big part of it. It really is.
Okay. Appreciate your comments, sir.
May I comment a little bit on that one too?
Yeah,
just quickly,
sure.
sorry. In terms of kind of flying papers, maybe moisture inside there, water leakage, I'll just kind of emphasize that this system is designed expressly to improve upon this compared to other systems. So it's the idea is that it's more efficient and economically viable. Ecologically viable, and there's just no waste. There's no mess. There's no rodents. There's no, refuse or anything like that. And in terms of the pickup and the operation of the vehicle, it's a professional service, and it's customizable to a certain extent. So if there are certain wishes that you want, if you want a second person to be on the truck, then we can bring that up. I'm not completely sure if there are 2 people per truck, but I don't think it would be difficult to arrange that if that's what you're looking for. But it's a professional service, so they've considered all of these in kind of in very busy and very kind of messy environments. So I think they should be able to accommodate like an estate residential situation very easily, and they do in some cases.
Okay. Thank you for that, Chris. Members of the committee, any comments or questions to the applicant? Steve, I see your hand up. Please go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Furtado, I may be misremembering this conversation back in January, but have I heard correctly that the intent here is, oh, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, is to the applicant's agent, Mr. Purtado, have I heard correctly that the intent here is for the residential home, there to be a business based out of the home?
I think there are some home operations. Yeah, they do get a lot of packaging in and out. So it's kind of a situation where there is an office and there's no it's more of a domestic situation. It's not like they're not running a business out of the home.
Because thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, did we not talk at the last meeting? I thought we had talked about the potential for an additional condition, which was that the Mullets would not be used for a commercial operation. Did we not talk about that? I thought we had assurances that this was strictly residential waste. I'm hearing a different story here tonight.
I don't recall it, Steve, but if that is something that we want to add as a condition, it's certainly something that we can put in to limit it to strictly residential, or limit it to non-commercial waste.
Yeah, because thank you, Mr. Chair, because look, I'll be honest, I've read the staff report. I know from a planning perspective, we're looking at an encroachment, but I think, this is a bit of a sensitive one. And I go to the minor variance tests. We're talking about an estate residential neighborhood. And what I'm hearing today is that they're generating, significant amount of refuse, right? And that was one of my concerns. I mean, I understand it's a big house and we've got multi-generational families and visits and social events. And so if we're talking about having Mullets for a residential purpose, it's a bit of a slippery slope that we're going into. We're talking about, and I think that the community is correct in saying that we are setting a precedent here. The town is essentially saying that we're okay with privatizing garbage pickup, right? For people who have a large amount. We're okay with a garbage enclosure outside the gates. I'm looking at the site plan here. We can find room for a Zamboni and to store a Zamboni in a shed and like a huge property, but the community is meant to, the neighbors are going to be clearly inconvenienced with, with garbage that is staying permanently on site outside of the residence. And then, on top of it all, Mr. Purtado, I know you said that you left packages, but it sounds like, and I realized that we had 30 signatures, and I realize it's difficult in an estate neighborhood to talk to residents, but the residents seem to have no issue getting 30 signatures here. And so when we say the proposed variance meets the general intent of the official plan, and here, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go to staff. I realize that every minor variance is looked at on its own merits, but it sounds to me like staff are saying that we as a town are comfortable with a permanent refuse container being established on site as an approved use and an approved encroachment in a residential neighborhood, specifically in the case where clients might be running a home business. And I just want to confirm through you, Mr. Chair, that this is what staff is telling us.
Can I add one more thing? I just looked through my notes here and it is strictly residential, no business from home. So
Okay.
sorry if I gave that impression over there.
Okay, thank you. No, through you, Mr. Thank you very much. So I think, Mr. Chair, I would like to just
Sure.
direct that question to staff, because are we not setting a precedent here that we are saying that a permanent refuse enclosure in a residential neighborhood is now, okay and an acceptable encroachment on the front yard?
Rosanna, any comment?
Through the chair, one thing I've noticed in our zoning bylaw is that it doesn't list specifically garbage enclosures. We're going to be doing a zoning bylaw review, and perhaps this is something we would look into, as there is, I know, Bill 23 was just passed with additional residential units that can now be, there could be some additional garbage. So with our zoning bylaw, it's not a listed, garbage enclosures are not in a listed feature or a listed item in our zoning bylaw. So this is quite new and perhaps something to take into consideration with the upcoming zoning bylaw review.
Fair enough. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could direct a question to Mr. Potato. So I'm pretty sure we talked about last time, and I'll ask the question again. If we were, based on your notes, if this is only for residential use, would you be comfortable with a condition, an additional condition that says that this, the Mollets will only be used for residential waste and specifically not for commercial or business waste?
Yes.
Okay. I think with that, Mr. Chair, I think with those two comments, I would make one more comment. I think that, Rosanna, I think this is something to take away, and as you suggest, maybe address it in a future zoning review, because I think leaving it open and us now, if we were to approve this, I think we need guidelines on this one. It can't be left up to judgment, I don't think. But in this particular case, I think with the screening, most of our concerns have been addressed. We've got a staff report saying that staff are okay with this as an encroachment. With that additional condition, I would be comfortable with this application from a planning perspective.
Thanks, Steve. I see Daniel has his hand up.
Yes,
go right ahead.
thank you, through the chair. Actually, just a quick question to my colleague, Steve, on his request. Steve, for my clarity, because we are aligned, are you saying that the refuse is not to be commercial, or that the property should not be used for commercial purposes? Because then separating which trash came from what might be difficult. But if we were to say that the home is not to be used for commercial purposes, and that way we don't have to worry about where how the garbage was separated.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's a question for staff. I don't know that we can impose that condition on a residential community.
Yeah, I see, Rosanna, you're ready to comment back on that.
Yes.
So I know the answer myself, but please go right ahead.
Through the chair, the site is zoned estate residential, so they can have a home occupation, a second suite, and the single detached that's there. Any more than that doesn't fit within the zone.
Did you have any other comment, Daniel?
Not at this time. I just wanted to clarify that in terms of how it could put me in a different place. So thank you.
David or Linda? David, please go right ahead, David. Your mic is muted, but
through the chair, thank you. I have comments, but I also have maybe questions on the other proposals. I just want to say that the regulation for this front yard encroachment basically is ready to looking at if there are any negative impacts So basically, you're talking about visual, which basically the solution is screening. You're talking about maybe this noise. You're talking about maybe, could be smell, odor, things like those. And it is, if they say there's an encroachment, and the encroachment is a nuisance in terms of noise, then you will not accept that encroachment because you have a negative impact. If that encroachment is causing odor, smell, and so on, then it's not a good encroachment. It's changing the character of the environment. If that encroachment has impact on visual, maybe seen prominent and so on, then it's not good encroachment. So in relation to, for example, odor, if it's an issue because of that encroachment, definitely how do you prevent that odor? Definitely you talk about operation. You talk about capacity of the waste. You're talking about frequency of removing or changing the waste. So I just want to make it clear that it's very hard to say one thing is just independent. They are all these related. That's why if an encroachment is not in the frontier, the far, you will not have these other effects. But now it's encroaching now in the flank. And what are the impacts of it being in flank? So here we're looking at one specific encroachment, which is a garbage bins. Could be different encroachments. I think in the planning report, they give different, examples, flagpoles, probe lines, and so on. So when we're looking at this, for example, this is from my own opinion, we're looking at this garbage. We're looking at, it's not just because it's a garbage bins. We're looking at if these garbage bins will have an impact on noise, will have impact on odor, will have impact on, visual others. It's not just like, oh, we have a bin there because it's a bin. It's what has that bin, that specific bin, with that particular design, what would it have impact or not? We're seeing here from the developer or the applicant, is demonstrating the solutions. Screening is something helping with visual impact. We're talking about smell. Well, he has provided us with a report showing, how the garbage material with time, the composition and all that stuff. So I just want to make sure we look at, it's not just a garbage, it's what will the garbage do? And in terms of the impact of the encroachment, it's in terms of visual, smell, or the character of the environment, what it brings in, what it impacts. So my comments related to what you have said, definitely to affect the correction frequency. If they say if the garbage stays longer, it's 2 weeks, it's within 2 weeks you have smell, then that's an impact. So how is it addressed? So I remember from last meeting, the applicant was willing even to increase frequency. If the frequency of collecting the garbage will reduce the impact on odor. The other I can't remember who mentioned about the capacity of the bins. What about if the bins fill quickly? What are you going to do? What is the contingency plan? Are you going to be asking the bin collector to come more frequent to pick up? What is it? Or will the owner keep some garbage within the house, which we know it will not happen? So here we're looking at the impacts. What will this encroachment, if we accept it, what will be the impacts? Will there be impacts or not? So in addition to what the other member was proposed in terms of the type of garbage and so on, I can understand, because I remember from last time, we were told it's only residential. But today we're sort of not sure, maybe some, office, maybe not. But anyway, we've come to a solution that we know that it's residential. That's good. But since there have been not sure answers, I would support, would be a good idea if we're putting another condition, just belts and suspenders, just to make sure that, we don't have this other type of garbage. But still, in addition to that, it's something which maybe could include is what is the contingency plan? Because that will help resolve some of the impacts in terms of odor. Because like here I'm looking at capacity, the bins are full for whatever reasons, maybe the party and so on. If there a contingency plan, you call the company to come and pick up, the bins. Or in terms of odor, we have seen the report about the chemistry, the composition, and so on. How for 2 weeks we have no impact, but sometimes you never know what happens. So one thing I would say, maybe another one in terms of contingency plan covering the capacity, covering the frequency. So basically having a contingency plan if there's a problem. So that's what I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now, the idea of a contingency plan is probably something that all we can do is ask the applicant. I would imagine this will be an ongoing monitoring situation. And it'll probably be something that the homeowner will say, hey, the last night when we took out the garbage and put it out there, it's full. Somebody should pick up the phone and call for a pickup the following day. That's, I think, what you're getting at, David, if I'm not mistaken. It needs to be monitored. And if it is monitored properly, then these types of operational issues, stand a much better chance of being addressed. Linda, I saw your hand up there. Yep.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, just really quick. Everything's been pretty well said already. This, from my understanding, the section 4.20 of the zoning bylaw was established within the town of Aurora. So it would not place permanent garbage cans in the front yard. I think this would set a precedence in the town. And I think now when you're talking about, Rosanna brought up Bill 23, when you're going to get a lot more people coming in or multiple homes, you're going to have this come up a lot. Is that what the town of Aurora wants? Garbage cans in the front yard, even though these are super cool looking garbage cans. I got to say, it sounds like they're super, but I think you had anybody has anything to do with these garbage cans, all these neighbors, not one of them has said yes to this. Not one of them has come and said, I think this is a good idea. Let's listen. Let's find out some more. And they're the only ones that are going to be affected by this in any shape or form, walking their dogs, kids going down the streets, whatever. Anyway, I find garbage cans at the end of the street good on garbage day only, and then you take them back in. I think this is a precedent setting. Bill 23 will change a lot of things too. I can see with the multiple housing. I'll leave it at that, but that's where I stand on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And just from my perspective, because I think I'm probably a little bit closer to Bill 23 than maybe some of the other members of the committee are. And Bill 23, to Steve's point, is an important one because I think Aurora does put restrictions on the amount of volume that you can put out, but I think the municipality has been very, I'll call it generous, because I notice on a regular basis, people are putting out 3 and even 4 garbage cans at the end of their driveway. And in most cases, it's because there are two dwelling units in a detached single family dwelling. And this is going to become more and more and more common. So I echo those comments from members of the committee. And Rosanna, I'm hoping that if down the road there is a zoning review, that either the municipality has a good handle on if we do have multiple dwelling units within a single detached or even semi-detached housing, that it is aware that there are multiple families living, that will generate a much higher amount of household garbage, call it, and that the restrictions that are currently in place might have to be reviewed in order to accommodate what is becoming more and more and more common. And to this applicant, he was very clear at the onset that there are multi-generational families there that would typically be generating a little bit more, or even a lot more domestic garbage because of that. And this is in his opinion, a more advanced way of managing that. From my perspective, I think they've done a very good job of answering our questions. They've reacted to my concerns with regards to screening and how it is accessed, the gates, the locks, etc. So we do have a staff report that is supporting this particular application. And I'll remind members of the committee that each individual application is judged on its own merits. In this particular case, I think the applicant has done what, in my opinion, he's asked us, we've asked him to do. And so on that basis, with the additional condition that was suggested by Steve, if that does come forward, I'd be prepared to support this application. So with that, I'll just leave it there. I haven't asked a question. I've just given you some comments, but I'll leave it there. I'll look to the committee then for a motion. And if there is a motion with an additional clause in it, we can be clear. We can't limit it to, we can't say commercial use of the property. We can say domestic use only for the garbage side of it. So I'll look to the committee for a motion on this application. David.
So just to warn you, for me, I'll introduce two conditions. One, with what the other member indicated regarding domestic garbage. But I'll also introduce another one about having a contingency plan to ensure if there's a problem with the capacity or a problem of the odor, there would maybe increase frequency of collection. I just want to warn you that that's what I'm going to do. So let's do this. Through the chair, I move that minor variance MV-2022-40 be approved, subject to conditions in the staff's report, and also two additional conditions which we're introducing. One, that the owner shall only put domestic garbage in these garbage bins. And the second one, that the owner will provide the town a contingency plan of how to resolve issues of if you have problem with the capacity of the bins, or if there's any odor coming from the bins where probably we need to increase the collection frequency of the garbage material. Thank you.
I'll look to the committee then for a seconder on the motion with conditions. Steve? Are you seconding the motion?
Yeah, I don't think I can ask a question at this point, can I not?
For clarity on the motion, you can.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that if we could direct the staff I do agree with the member on the contingency plan. Is that something that is enforceable as a condition?
That's a great question. I guess bylaws get to complaint or it's something we can refer back to, just like we have a zoning bylaw, we can refer back and just make note that there is a variance on the site. I mean, it's going to be but since it's well known, I'll make sure if this does get approved that our bylaws department is aware, and that could be the fallback.
Makes sense. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do second the motion.
Thank you. So all in favor of the motion with additional conditions? Opposed? So the motion carries. So Mr. Furtado, you've got an approval from the Committee of Adjustment. I didn't even ask you if those two additional conditions were acceptable to you, because as a committee, we can put conditions in that if you find you can't satisfy those conditions, then obviously the town would be in a position then to say you're in non-compliance. But I think those conditions as they stand are something that you are in a position to live with. And we'll leave it to you to make sure that the homeowner understands what those conditions are. They would be complaint-based through the town, and the property owner would then be bound to react to that immediately or within a prescribed deadline, as bylaws would be in a position to inform the owners that they need to do something within a prescribed period of time. But with those conditions, you've got your approval. So with that, I will thank you for your patience, and also members of the public. We do appreciate you coming forward to express your concerns, your opinions on these. It is always appreciated by the committee. So with that, I'll thank you all, and we'll move on to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you.
All right. The next item on the agenda is for 120 Championship Circle Place for minor variance MV 2023-06. Owner is Lamb. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate a glass sunroom addition to an existing two-story detached dwelling. The proposed addition has a height of 4.2 meters or 13 feet 9 inches and a gross floor area of 39.97 square meters or 430 square feet. The sunroom addition is located at the rear portion of the property. A site plan for the proposal is included as Appendix B to the report. The following relief is being requested. A, Section 24.276.2.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum rear yard setback of 7.5 meters. The applicant is proposing a sunroom addition, which is 4.87 meters to the rear property line, thereby requiring a variance of 2.63 meters. And B, Section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw permits a maximum lot coverage of 35%. The applicant is proposing an addition to the existing dwelling, resulting in a lot coverage of 37.9%, thereby requiring a variance of 2.9%. The applicant's stated reason for not complying with the zoning bylaw is due to the size and orientation of the proposed sunroom. Lot coverage and rear yard setback will not comply. Planning comments on the official plan. The proposed lot coverage of 37.9% is well within the official plan requirement, with landscaped areas, sodding, and open space being preserved in all yards. Additionally, the proposed sunroom will be screened by landscaping that currently exists along the eastern and rear property boundaries. As a rear addition, views from the public realm will not be impacted. Staff are of the opinion that the general intent of the official plan is maintained. With regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the requested variance is, variance in rear yard setback is largely a result of the angled property boundary at the northern rear extent of the lot. The proposed variance allows the applicant to keep uniform alignment of the proposed deck and sunroom, which represents the appropriate lotting of the site. The requested variance in lot coverage represents a minor increase and is not considered excessive. The property still contains significant green space and open area, and there are no anticipated impacts to the public realm, as this is a rear addition that does not impact the overall scale of the dwelling. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to it being desirable for the appropriate development of the land, staff are of the opinion that the proposed addition will not negatively impact the existing neighborhood character. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variance is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. With regards to the variance being considered minor in nature, adequate separation is still provided to the neighboring properties such that no negative impacts are anticipated. The lot coverage of the site is also such that it does not represent the excessive overdevelopment of the property or loss of green space. As such, staff are of the opinion that the requested variance is minor in nature. Additional comments from other departments and agencies. Accessibility, no objections. Building division completed their preliminary zoning review in February of 2023. Engineering division, no objection, with appropriate conditions included in Appendix A. Operational services parks. There is a hedge situated on the property boundary adjacent that may be impacted by excavation or disturbance due to construction. See appropriate conditions included in Appendix A. Operational services, transportation, Central York Fire Services, LSRCA, York Region, and Electric Utilities, no objections. At the time of writing the report, there were no comments received in writing from anyone in the public. And Appendix A contains a number of conditions that provide details on the comments that are noted in the staff report, and there are 9 conditions. With that, I will look to the applicant if they are here and wish to make comments. And I believe we also have delegates from the public who wish to address the committee. I believe it's Henry Ma who is with us this evening. Good evening, sir. Welcome. And for the record, your name and your address, please.
Good evening, the chair and councillor. My name is Henry, and Henry Ma. I'm from HJ Architects, and the address located at 85 Forest Grove Court in Aurora.
Welcome, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I would like to. Sorry, this is my first time. So can I share my the information, like the drawings?
By all means.
Give me a second. I just want to have a very quick presentation. Like the property is situated like in an irregular lot, and the proposed glass moon is at the back, which is lining up to the east side of the existing 2-story detached house. The glass sunroom is actually 1 story and it's about 4.2 meters in height. And as Mr. Chair mentioned, the glass sunroom is encroached to the rear yard setback to around like 2.63 meters. You can see from this elevation, the pitch of the glass sunroom is actually lining up to the second floor of the existing building, and we try to lower the pitch as minimum as possible to make the building as low as possible. And the proposed glass sunroom is also sit on on a deck with post and beam structure with a concrete base. And lastly, this is the backyard picture showing the adjacent hedge at the backyard, where this is where the proposed the glass sunroom is located. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have a member from the public who wishes to address the committee. So if I can ask staff to allow the individual to come forward, identify themselves and their address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and the committee. My name is Amir Zahedi from 110 Championship Circle Place.
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to bring up some concerns from the neighboring homes. I guess we are one of the neighboring homes, and our concerns largely are surrounded regarding the idea of loss of privacy, setting a unwanted precedent within the neighborhood area of the situated residential home, as well as concerns with the loss of vegetation that currently exists on the property boundary line, as stated in the report and by the applicant. Essentially, this new addition as being proposed is a glass sunroom plus a fairly large deck that's going to be covering the backyard, and a entrance, it looks like, to the basement level as well. All of this construction will take on pretty large logistical impacts on the backyard, and I'm assuming within the area, which can negatively impact the vegetation. And the loss of that vegetation in turn also causes loss of privacy for neighboring homes and our home as well. The extent of encroachment from the sunroom and the deck also takes away from the privacy of us essentially using the backyard. We tend to have small children in the back, to have family over, where we like to get together, and having such towering structure that essentially towers over the backyard and also gives direct sightline access into our backyard really negatively impacts that and takes away from what we originally had in the past. It's also the appeal of the homes. The neighborhood currently this home is situated in is fairly quiet. It's a development that's dead end and kept away from the general public. There's not much public travel on the road, which is what the appeal of most of the homeowners in the area is. Causing such encroachment in the backyard, as I said, will cause a precedent that may lead other homeowners to begin also constructing structures in their backyard, as large as maybe this one as proposed, which can quickly have a negative impact and quickly turn into a norm for the area. And before you know it, you're dealing with a very dense backyard and home neighborhood. Lastly, one of the things I wanted to bring up, and maybe this is just my shortcoming, and I trust that the staff has reviewed this carefully, but on the site plan as provided, the calculations on the first page don't seem to add up. I will leave that up. I just wanted to note that. I will leave that up to the staff to review and ensure that everything lines up correctly, but I was unable to reach the same calculations as noted on there and for the variance itself. With that, I appreciate the committee's time and your time, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for looking into this matter.
Thank you. Can I just ask for a point of clarification there? When you mentioned that you're concerned about the numbers, is it the actual physical setback number or is it the lot coverage number? And what number did you come up with?
So the number one thing that I noted was the existing building area coverage doesn't take into account the covered porch area, which is part of the building coverage itself as well. There's a covered porch in the front and a balcony and a covered porch in the back, which are not taken into account. And then taking into the proposed sunroom that's being added and adding that to the existing building area, I'm not getting the proposed building area that they have proposed.
Okay, thank you for the clarification there. We'll go right to staff on those 2 points. And maybe just an explanation to the resident on how that calculation is done. Rosanna, if you could, please.
Yes, so I just note in the staff report, they haven't used the stamped drawings that were with the PZR, so that shouldn't be a problem, but I'm just trying to compare the numbers right now to make sure they are the same, but from looking at it, they are the same. The covered porch, from my recollection, is not included because it's not a footprint on the ground. There's like a special number, and I'm not an expert on the zoning component, but I know that from just general, if there's a shed or other things, the deck wouldn't be included. It would just be the footprint of the actual home in the coverage. I hope that helps.
Right. So we do rely on the applicants' figures when they do come in terms of the accuracy of what they are showing us and staff, and then staff and building division goes through that very carefully. In the past, I can't recall very many, if any, errors of omission in coming to a, for example, lot coverage calculation. We have had the odd question on a setback, and that's, again, based on information that the applicant provides. It's usually done by a land surveyor. So in terms of setbacks on this one, I believe that that those numbers are accurate. Okay. I'll ask if Mr. Ma, if you wish to comment on the concerns expressed by the member of the public, you can do so. If you wish, you certainly have the right to respond to his concerns.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so regarding the vegetation, the proposed glass sunroom, like as I mentioned before, it is sitting on a post and beam structure with a concrete base, so it's just like similar as the regular deck structure. And the glass sunroom is a very light structure, so it would not it does not require like a foundation with a footing. So I do not believe like that will have a big impact to the adjacent properties, like trees or like a hedge. So and also like with the proposed glass sunroom and the deck area, we still can achieve like 40% of landscape area. So meeting the zoning bylaw. So I believe like this will not be an issue. Regarding the height of the glass sunroom, it's like as I mentioned before, it is like the pitch of the roof is lining up to the second floor, and it is like just the height of the actually the wall is actually 9 feet, and I don't think like with a fence and a hedge from the adjacent property, I don't think like that that height, 9 feet height, will interfere with the adjacent properties.
Yeah, we're not looking for a variance on height in this particular application. The other thing, I'll just for the just to maybe speed things up a little bit for the benefit of the resident, I'll just draw your attention in the staff report in the conditions. Condition 2, it says that the owner is required to provide an evaluation report prepared by a certified arborist or professional registered forester outlining all aspects of impacts that this proposal will have on existing and current remaining vegetation. These are standard conditions that the owner has to fulfill and provide. And there are other conditions in addition to that. You know, there's a monitoring, for example, requirement that the owner must fulfill through an arborist or forester. And there's also a requirement that the owner may be required to provide vegetation compensation and replanting plan in accordance with the Town of Aurora tree removal, pruning, and compensation policy to the satisfaction of the Director of Operational. So again, these are all conditions that would have to be met by the owner before, during, and post construction that take into account existing vegetation and the removal of any vegetation or trees on the property. Those are standard conditions. We used to read through them. We don't do that anymore because they're very clearly spelled out in the staff report. Members of the committee, any additional comments or questions on the application? So with that, I will, Steve, if you're looking to comment.
Yeah,
go
just thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. I think you raised the point, but to, just speaking to the residents' concerns, and I do appreciate the time he has taken to come tonight. I think you raised the point, Mr. Chair, that we're not looking for a variance in terms of height. So, it's not a question of whether the sunroof is permitted and a raised sunroof is permitted. It's just the extent to which it encroaches on the rear yard setback and the additional 2% of lot coverage. So I mean, I just want to make the point that even if we were to deny an application tonight, it doesn't preclude the resident or the owner from building a sunroof, a smaller sunroof, at exactly the same height in the backyard. So from a planning perspective, what we have to look at is the landscaping and that would remain. And I think through Mr. Chair, you've made a very good point on maintaining the vegetation and minimizing the impacts, which should also speak to maintaining the privacy between the two houses. So I just wanted to make those comments in response to what I've heard tonight.
Thank you, Steve. I think, Linda, I saw your hand up as well. Linda, go right ahead.
Through the chair, no, I was going to make a motion. So I didn't get in the backyard. I couldn't see anything today, but I stand by what Steve just said as well. So I was making a motion. So I think David wants to say something. So
yeah, I saw David stand up just before you make that motion. David, were you making a motion or?
No, because you didn't ask about motion. You asked about any comments.
Yes.
So just to mention that through the chair, I have no comments.
Bravo. Linda, the floor is now yours.
now I'm coughing. Okay, through the chair, thank you. I move that application MB 2023-06-120 Championship Circle be approved for minor variance as indicated in the staff report, subject to Appendix A recommended conditions of approval.
Thank you very much. Well said. Seconder. Daniel, thank you very much. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Ma,
get the hang of it,
you did. Mr. Ma, committee has unanimously approved your requested variances for your client. And with that, I'll wish you a very pleasant evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council. Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda. This is 1623 Wellington Street East, minor variance for MV 2023-08, Howland Green, Wellington East Limited. There is a related site plan application. It is site plan application 2022-14. The owner is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to increase the maximum height and allow clinic as a permitted use for the 4-story office/commercial building. And there is a concept site plan and elevations attached as Appendix B to the report. The following variances are being requested. A, section 10.2 of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 limits the maximum height of the building to 13.5 meters. The applicant is proposing an office and commercial building with a height of 16 meters, thereby requiring a variance of 2.5 meters. B, section 10.1 and section 24.531.1 of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 does not allow clinic as a permitted use. The applicant is proposing to add clinic as a permitted use for the property. There is a related planning application. A site plan control application was submitted to the town in December of 2022 and deemed complete as file SP 2022-14. The applicant stated reasons for not complying with the zoning bylaw. The applicant submitted a cover letter to address the reasons for the non-compliance, which is attached to the report as Appendix C. And that would have been an appendix from the applicant's agent. Planning comments. With regards to the general intent of the official plan, the proposed variances will facilitate the development of an appropriately scaled mixed-use building and provide employment opportunities on designated employment lands. As such, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances meet the general intent of the official plan. With regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the requested height relief is not significant and is only applicable on the north side of the proposed building. The building form remains a 4-story, and the slight increase in height is not expected to result in incompatible build form or character with existing or future surrounding buildings. The proposed addition of clinic as a permitted use will serve to supplement the office use of the building and the overall business park. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to it being considered desirable for the appropriate development of the land, the proposed development aligns with the principles as set out in the town's Bayview Northeast Area 2B secondary plan, in that it provides for professional office use and supporting commercial uses to generate employment opportunity for local residences. The added clinic use would support the main building's office function, as well as other surrounding employment uses, and provided a value added benefit to the community. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are considered desirable for the appropriate development of the property. With regards to it being considered minor in nature, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are minor in nature. Additional comments from other departments or agencies. The building division preliminary zoning review was completed on February 22nd of 2023. Engineering division, traffic and transportation. Comments were received stating no concerns. Operational services parks, no concerns or comments with the proposed application. Operational services public works, no comments. And Central York Fire Services and York Region, no comments or concerns with the proposed application. LSRCA, no comments received at the time of the writing of the report. Electro Utilities, no concerns with the proposed minor variances. And Accessibility, no concerns with the proposed minor variance, and no written submissions were sent at the time of the writing of the report. There are, in Appendix A, there is only one condition that would apply to this application. So with that, I will then turn to the applicant, who I believe is with us this evening. And I believe that is Adam Layton, who is the applicant. Adam, good evening, welcome. I'll just get you to state your name and your address, please, for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Adam Layton. I'm a principal with Evans Planning. Our offices are in Richmond Hill at 9212 Yonge Street.
Welcome and go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I do have a brief slide deck, and I will keep it brief in recognition of the long agenda. If I could have staff please pull up the slides. Suffice it to say, we have reviewed the staff report. We have no issues with the proposed conditions. We definitely concur with the opinion of staff with respect to the appropriateness of the variances. Sorry, the slide deck seems to have disappeared. Okay, so if we could go to the second slide, please. So in red, we have highlighted the area of the subject property. Committee may recognize that an application for consent was approved in 2022 to create the property, which was conveyed to our client by Smart Center. It is part of a larger master plan campus. If we go to the next slide, it shows the proposed development in the context of the existing development on the property, including a self-storage facility immediately to the west, as well as a car dealership to the northeast. Moving along to the next slide. As indicated, the requested variances this evening are for permission to include a clinic, which would allow doctors' offices and various other health-related offices within the building, and an increase in building height from 13.5 meters to 16 meters. Scrolling down to the next slide is a rendering of the proposed site plan. You'll note the intent of this development is to build a beyond net zero office building with an area of about 85,000 square feet. And when I say beyond net zero, I do mean, in fact, very much so beyond net zero. Aside from the solar panels evident on the roof, that also plays a role in the orientation of the building, which is in order to have it directly north-south to maximize solar gain. There are also proprietary systems being used in the construction of the building to ensure maximum insulation on the walls, as well as other sustainability measures related to building energy efficiency and operations. Moving to the next slide is more of a schematic site plan. You can see the layout of the building. There would be access from an internal road network as part of the master plan community, as well as a ramp going into a 2-level underground parking garage. The next slide shows a rendering of the proposed building, and you'll note that as outlined in the staff report, there is a step down in the design along the side elevations, and it's the higher portion that's at 4 stories that requires the relief from the zoning bylaw. Again, going from 13.5 to 16 meters. If you scroll to the next slide, this shows the schematic elevations, highlighting specifically where the variance is required. And then similarly, the slide after that is just the north elevation, showing the taller portion of the building. Finally, we do have a brief video. It's about 45 seconds. I know we've been here for a while, but it is quite interesting. I'm in the committee's hands. If you'd like to see it, happy to play it. But otherwise, that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Layton. Members of the committee, I'll leave it up to you. If you do wish to see the video, I certainly wouldn't mind.
Sure. So I'll just ask staff to please click the play button. But in summation, while the fly through loads, we agree with staff. We feel the variances are meet the 4 tests. Certainly, the addition of the clinic use will help provide more mix of uses in the area and will in fact support the intended employment function. And the building height is nominal and will not impact surrounding buildings on site.
Thank you very much for that. Is there audio with this, or is this just the fly through?
Just some music.
Okay.
But as you can see, the building is rendered in situ to give an idea of the relationship between the existing buildings and the proposal. And we feel it fits in quite nicely.
So while this is playing, and members of the committee, if you don't mind, while this is playing, is there the orientation has to do with the solar capacity absorption, is that correct?
That's correct. In order to maximize the solar gain, it's and I should mention that the developer Howland Green has built several of these buildings. I think this might be the 4th or 5th such building within York Region that uses their proprietary system. They have, they collect data from every building to help improve the next one. And one of the main things they've noticed is that having a direct north-south orientation does maximize the solar gain, and that is why the building is slightly askew.
Can I also just jump in and also ask, in terms of LEED certification, what level would this attain?
I'm not certain myself. I'm not a LEED expert, but I do believe this would be somewhat beyond LEED, to be honest.
So beyond platinum, at least.
Don't quote me, but certainly the developer has a suite of systems and has implemented, as I mentioned, proprietary design measures that this, like I mentioned, this is about the 4th such building, and their tenants, from what I understand, have not had any complaints, and in fact, they experienced very low energy bills as a result of the proposal.
Okay, terrific. So, to staff, is there anyone from the public on this application that is here this evening?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no public delegates for this application.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn to members of the committee for any questions or comments. Daniel, see your hand up. Please go right ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Actually, just one quick question and to the town. Does the town have the actual height of the neighboring storage building?
You'll have to give me, through the chair, you'll have to give me a minute if I can look it up. I don't know.
Well, maybe I can make it easier on you. Do you know if it is 60 meters?
I know it complies with the zoning bylaws, so I'll just take a look at the zoning bylaw. If you just want to give me a second.
Yeah, okay. Daniel, any other comments or questions? Rosanna? Oh, maybe the
Adam.
Yeah. Adam, have you got a feel for that one?
I do have a copy of the drawings for the self-storage. There is a portion decorative element that does appear to extend to a height of approximately 17 meters. But again, that was done by another developer at another planning firm. So I'm not certain if they acquired relief for that building through the committee.
I don't recall. Okay, Daniel, any other comments or questions? Well, Rosanna.
No, we can. I can suggest that we circle back if sure. I am good. That's my only question that was going to give me my peace of mind. Thank you.
Yeah. Linda, see your hand up. Please go right ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, no, I love it. I think it's a wonderful design. I think it's great to bring in more medical, and I love the solar panels and the whole self-efficient. Super. That's all I want to say. Super.
Steve or Dave? Steve, right? Go right ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to, through you, Mr. Chair, and excuse me, I'd like to just echo Linda's comments. So just a question, though, to staff, through you, Mr. Chair. So if it were not for the solar panels, this would be in, this would comply, right? This would be Sorry, go ahead, perhaps to the applicant.
Perhaps the applicant?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, the solar panels do not count to the height. The increase in height is merely as a result of trying to provide a little extra floor to ceiling height for the tenants. This would be an office condominium, but also the nature of the construction. They're using what's called ICF construction. So that's kind of an insulated concrete form. It does tend to have a little bit thicker dimensions. So that does drive the height up a little bit.
Thank you. No, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I can see obviously the impact to the community is non-existent, and I can't think of a better reason for a minor variance here. So I'm uncomfortable with this application. As I say, echo Linda's comments here.
Thank you, Steve. David, any comment?
Through the chair, no, I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Question to staff. I didn't get a chance to look up the definition of clinic, but in the definition of clinic, either staff or the applicant, would there be any part of the clinic that would be allowed to have overnight accommodations for minor surgeries and that kind of thing?
Through the chair, it doesn't. So I can read it out for you if that helps.
If you don't mind, yeah,
clinic. Yep.
Yep, please.
So in our zoning bylaw, the clinic definition reads as follows: means a building or part thereof used by medical practitioners, dentists, osteopaths, physicians, or drugless practitioners, having treatment rooms and facilities for 2 or more practitioners to provide diagnosis and treatment to patients, but which does not include or does not, provide overnight accommodation.
Beautiful. Okay. All right. In some municipalities, the reason why I'm asking that, in some municipalities, it does allow, and there are all kinds of concerns that then arise as a result of that. And when it comes to compatibility of uses, this might not, if it was permitted, in my opinion, might not be as compatible, and might have been one of the reasons why it wasn't initially allowed in this particular case. So on that basis, I guess the other question I would have, in terms of parking, if a significant portion of this building were to be used as a clinic, and understanding, where you've got a large waiting room with lots of people, and are we anticipating the same amount of parking demand for a clinic use as an office building? Would that be compatible from a parking calculations perspective? I know it's not an issue that we're dealing with this evening in terms of a request for variance, but I'm wondering if a calculation was done. Adam, if you want to reply to that, yeah.
Sure. We haven't done a specific calculation for the clinic use. Again, we're simply looking to permit it, not knowing who the ultimate users of the office building would be, to allow for flexibility. But I would note one of the special provisions that was implemented for the entire master planned lands from Smart Center does allow for the calculation of parking to be shared amongst the whole parcel for the lands east and west of Golding. So there would be plenty of parking. It would be combined with the 2 other uses, the Smart Stop and the car dealership, as well as any other uses that are developed.
Right. Yeah, I noticed that whole area is becoming very, very popular, and once the Farm Bureau opened up, that whole parking across the front of that particular building just filled right up. On weekends, you're using just about 100% of it most of the day, which is good. But again, it does beg the question. In principle, I don't have any problem with that, provided that if parking becomes an issue based on square footage of a clinic or another type of use, that requires additional parking over and above what's provided, that it'll probably end up, if it does, it'll come back to the committee for review for a variance if it's if that happens. So with that, I certainly have no problem supporting this application. So I'll look to the committee for a motion. Daniel, yeah.
Do we have an answer to my question?
Oh, yeah.
Through the chair, sorry.
Yes, of course.
Through the chair, I did look up the zoning for the site. Was not able to look up if there were any variances, but in the zoning of that, it's it's EBP, and 13.5 meters is what I have in the zoning. Like I said, without looking if there were previous variances or anything done in the past.
Perfect, which is section 10.2 zoning bylaw 6000-17, which is the one that's in front of us right now, which is the 13.5. Okay, so the storage building is at 13.5. Okay, thank you through the chair.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for reminding me you had that outstanding question. Appreciate that. Again, then I'll look to the committee for a motion on the application. David, please go right ahead.
Through the chair, I move that minor variance application MV-2023-08 be approved subject to one condition in the staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'll look for a seconder on that. Linda, I see your hand up. Thank you very much. Calling the question, all in favor of the motion? And that carries unanimously. So we have approved, Mr. Layton, that application, your application for your client. And with that, I'll wish you a very pleasant evening. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant evening to the committee as well.
Thank you. All right. Moving forward, the next application that we have for this evening is 15032 Yonge Street. This is minor variance application 2022-48 for you. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the conversion of an existing office use into commercial retail space. The first floor is proposed to be converted into a small pharmacy and general retail space, and the upper level is proposed to be converted to a health and wellness center. The conceptual site plan is attached as Appendix B to the report for further reference. The following relief is being requested. A, Section 5.4 of zoning bylaw 6000-17 requires 10 parking spaces for the first floor and 7 parking spaces for the second floor use for a total of 17 required parking spaces. The applicant is proposing 13 spaces, thereby requiring a variance of 4 spaces. The applicant's stated reason for not complying with the zoning bylaw are essentially, we are proposing a 13 parking spaces, whereas the bylaw requires 10 spaces for the first floor use and 7 for parking spaces for the second floor use, for a total of 17 required spaces. They're really, in that statement, provides no real reason for the variance. I just wish to point that out. Planning comments. With regards to the variance meeting the general intent of the official plan policies restrict the locations of parking lots by permitting them within the rear yard and or interior side yard only, as this property has done. It is therefore not recommended to further expand the existing parking area towards Yonge Street, as this will impact the streetscape and pedestrian mobility. The reason I'm reading that is because that would be the applicant's reason for not complying with the requirements for parking. That being said, staff are of the opinion that the requested variance meets the general intent of the official plan. With regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the applicant submitted a parking justification study prepared by CGE Transportation Consultant dated January the 23rd, 2023, which concluded that the proposed parking spaces are adequate. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variance meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw, which is in fact supported then by the consultant on parking and rationalization. The proposed variance being considered appropriate development of the land. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variance is considered desirable for the appropriate development of the property. In regards to it being considered minor in nature, the functionality of the site will not be negatively affected by the proposed variance, while circulation, ease of access, safety, and screening are upheld. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variance is minor in nature. Additional comments from agencies and departments. Building Division preliminary zoning was completed on November 8th, 2022. Engineering Division, Traffic and Transportation, comments provided stating no objection with the proposed variance application. Operational Services Parks, comments stating the application does not reference impact to existing trees. However, there are trees situated on the subject property, adjacent property, that may require protection due to potential impacts related to excavation or construction. And these comments are dated February the 13th, 2023. Appendix A addresses that in conditions of approval. Operational Services, Public Works, no comments or concerns. Central York Fire Services, York Region, comments provided stating no comments or concerns with the proposed application. LSRCA, no comments received at the time of writing the report. Electro Utilities, no concerns. Heritage, property is individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, bylaw 4845-06.R. Should any exterior work be done impacting the heritage features of the structure as listed in the designating bylaw, a heritage permit will be required, which will be reviewed as part of any subsequent building permit process. Public correspondence, none at the time of writing of the report. Appendix A actually contains 7 conditions. I won't go through them in detail. They are part of the staff report. So with that, I will turn then to, I believe it's Saba Al-Mathnoul, who is the applicant on this application. And if they are with us this evening, I'll ask them to identify themselves and give us their address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Saba Al-Mathnoul. I'm from QBS Architects. Number one, I do apologize because my camera is not working for some reason. So I apologize for that, number one. And number two, for the type of missing justification for the requested variance. So as you have stated earlier, we have before you an application to request a relief from the zoning bylaw requirement of 17 parking to 13 parking. The reason why, because this is an existing situation, so there will be no construction to construct these parking spots. They are available already, but due to the location of mature trees on the property and it's facing Young Street, so we were not able to accommodate any more parking spaces for the requested use for prospective tenants. Hence, we are before you to ask for the relief. We did provide a parking study as per planning staff request.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. I do not believe there is anyone here from the public on my list appearing as a delegate. So I will look then to members of the committee for any comments or questions of the applicant. I see your hand up there, Linda. Please go right ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Just want to double check. I see it's a heritage building. It's not going to change. You can't make change the position or the size or add on anymore. Good. The trees are where they are. Good. Question being, you can only fit so many spots. So I don't think, because it's a heritage building as well, you don't want to do anything or come closer to the street. The question was the handicap parking. There's only one. Is that what the requirement is? I'm not sure through staff if it's only required one for the 14, or do they need two? Like, you know, and then it comes down. Would that make a difference in the availability of parking spots for the building if you lost another one that was marked handicap, you know? But I mean, for a pharmacy, which is an in and out thing, and a wellness center, which is one at a time, not too many people at the same time, it seems to me that the amount would be okay, but the 13 spaces, it was just a handicap issue that I was wondering about.
Yeah, staff, have we got the actual number that we require on this?
Correct. It's not a variant through the chair. It's not a variance being requested. So I can read out the provision in section 5.8, but it's
That's
just
okay.
the one for that many.
That's fine. That's really what I was asking. Thanks, Rosanna. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comment? Any other comment from any other member? David, yes, please go right ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to say I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, David. Steve or Daniel, are you both good on this one?
I'll just state something I state all the time. I'm pro-business and not too much of a fan of putting cars first. So I think you know where my position is. So I will continue with that position.
Thank you, Daniel. At least you're consistent, and we appreciate that. Steve, any comments or questions?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, you've taught us well that where there is a traffic study and a staff report in support of the parking spots, we are not the experts and we defer to them. And so I am comfortable.
Question to staff. The second floor, they have been very clear that is to be used as a wellness center. If it wasn't a wellness center on the second floor, what other uses would be allowed?
I didn't have that ready, so let me look it up for you.
No, and the reason I think on this one, I thought we may have had some concerns about the use on the second floor of this building before, and I think if it's a wellness center and the wellness center, you know, outgrew the space, would an office, for example, be permitted as of right?
Through the chair, so this is zoned PDS, a PDS 4. I haven't looked at the site specific, but yes, an office is a permitted use.
Right.
In that zone.
Okay, because the pharmacy on the ground floor is really a retail use, and I guess would a retail use on the second floor be permitted? But given the fact that I like my colleague Daniel, in looking at this heritage building, would hate to see more land eaten up with pavement for additional parking, and result in taking away the character and the public realm of this property. So I guess I've answered my own concerns there again. Look to the committee then for a motion on the application. Daniel, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I move that we approve minor variance MV-2022-48 with the 7 conditions as outlined in Appendix A.
Thank you very much. Linda, second that motion. Calling the question, all of those in favor? Unanimously approved. So with that, we have approved the minor variances requested by the applicant. So I will thank the applicant for being with us and waiting so patiently, and bid you as well a pleasant evening.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, you as well. All right. So members of the committee, we are at 6.5. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 additional items on the agenda for consideration this evening. It is just after 9 o'clock. I am wondering if a bio break is appropriate, or is everyone okay to just continue forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't mind a 5-minute break, just a quick 5-minute break.
Yep. Everybody else okay with that? All right. So my apologies to those who are waiting for the items that they have to come forward. We have been at this for just over 2 hours. I just wouldn't mind grabbing a glass of water myself. So we will adjourn for 5 minutes. We will reconvene the meeting in 5 minutes. So staff, if you wouldn't mind, we can close our mics off if you wish, or turn our videos off if you wish, and reconvene, like I said, in 5 minutes.
Ooh.
I'm just waiting for my kettle to boil. Okay, one more minute, okay? I'll be right back.
Take your time.
No, it's the kettle that's good, slow. As soon as you want it to boil, never boils. I'll be right back.
Not a problem. Terrific. So we all set? We all ready? All right. So if we can resume. Peter, are we recording?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are recording.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you all for your indulgence for that quick break. Moving forward on the agenda then. The next item on the agenda is 24 Hunters Glen Road, file number MV 2022-50. This is property for Davidson. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the construction of a new single detached dwelling and swimming pool. The site plan for the proposal is included as Appendix B. The following relief is being requested. A, Section 14.1.2 of the zoning bylaw states that no development or site alteration shall occur on that portion of said lot that is within a natural heritage feature area without relief from the zoning bylaw. The applicant is proposing to construct a new single detached dwelling and pool within a feature area. B, Section 14.1.3I of the zoning bylaw states that no development or site alteration shall occur on that part of said lot that contains a minimum vegetation protection zone without relief from the zoning bylaw. The applicant is proposing to construct a single detached dwelling and pool within a woodland minimum vegetation protection zone. C, Section 14.4.1I of the zoning bylaw states that the net developable area of the site that is disturbed shall not exceed 25% of the total site area within a Category 1 landform conservation area. The applicant is proposing a disturbed area of 35.9%, thereby requiring a variance of 10.9%. And D, section 14.4.1 II of the zoning bylaw states that the net developable area of the site that is impervious shall not exceed 15% of the total site area within a category 1 landform conservation area. The applicant is proposing an impervious area of 19.3%, thereby requiring a variance of 4.3%. And E, section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 10 meters. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2-story detached dwelling with a height of 11.2 meters, thereby requiring a variance of 1.2 meters. The applicant's stated reason for not complying with the zoning bylaw. On the application form, it states that the sloped site makes it difficult to comply with the height, and unique garage ramp design makes it difficult to comply with the net developable impervious area. And of all, the site is designated as part of the Oak Ridges Moraine Settlement Area. There is no reasonable way to push the building out of this boundary. Planning comments with regards to the general intent of the official plan. The proposed application retains the low-density single detached use and has sufficiently demonstrated that it can occur without resulting in negative impacts to the local natural heritage features or systems. An environmental impact study, Riverstone Environmental Solutions, dated January of 2023, was prepared in support of the application, which details additional mitigation measures that are to be implemented, which have been made a condition of approval. Overall, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances meet the general intent of the official plan, and again are further satisfied given the fact that no adverse natural heritage impacts are anticipated as provided through the accompanying environmental impact study, and that additional conditions of approval have been developed to ensure that no other negative impacts result from the proposal as per the attached Appendix A. With regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the intent of the estate residential zone is to maintain a low-density residential setting with large setbacks and large lots. The subject proposal is requesting an increase in height specifically due to the changes in grade that exist on the property. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variance meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to it being considered desirable for the appropriate development of the land, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are considered desirable for the appropriate development of the property, and given the listed conditions under Appendix A are satisfied with the approval of the subject application. With regards to the variances being considered minor in nature, the proposed variances are minor in nature by being able to facilitate the replacement of an existing single detached dwelling that is already currently located in a minimum vegetation protection zone and within a Category 1 landform conservation area. That is my dog behind me, if you can hear him, encouraging me on. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are minor in nature, and additionally, the appropriate conditions have been developed as outlined in Appendix A to ensure no resulting negative impacts. And I wouldn't have them if this was a public meeting held in at the town council chambers. Additional comments, building division. Preliminary zoning review was completed on December the 2nd, 2022 to confirm the variances that are required. Engineering division. No comments or concerns with the proposed application. Operational services parks. Again, conditions that are provided in Appendix A respond to their concerns. Operational services, no comments or concerns.
Waiting for my kettle to
proposed
boil.
application.
One more minute, okay? I'll be right there. Take your time.
Okay, I think the kettle boiled. Central York Fire Services, no comments or concerns with the proposed application. York Region, no comments, concerns with the proposed application. LSRCA, comments indicating a storm management report, phosphorus budget and water balance assessment be required, which have been made a condition of approval. Electric utilities, no comments or concerns with the proposal. For public correspondence, there was nothing received at the time of writing the report. And I will just mention that Appendix A, conditions of approval, are extensive in that there are 9 conditions, and I'm sure the applicant will be aware of those. And I believe with us this evening is the applicant, which is Sandra Gava. Sandra, good evening, welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Sandra Gava. I'm the architect on the file, and my address is 31 Chamberlain Avenue, York, Ontario.
Thank you very much and welcome. Was there any presentation that you wish to make this evening?
I think everything we've read through the planning report. We agree with the rationale. We agree with all the conditions of approval on this application, that address the concerns, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. There is no one here from the public on this application this evening, so I will turn to members of the committee for comments, questions on this application. Steve, I see your hand up there, so go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think members have heard me say this many times, but I'll say it again. I think this is another good example of why you have to go out to the site to do site visits. Sorry, I don't. Anyway, I'll continue here. Staff were kind enough to pass on to me and us the environmental impact study. So we got that a little bit late, but I was able to take a look at that. And the bottom line, Mr. Chair, is that I'm comfortable with this application. I would like to, though, for the record, just address for the public, because sometimes when they see these sort of applications, just understand the work that goes into and the thought process that goes into it. Going to the site, the proposed development site is already an area of disturbance and specifically this being within an area of landform conservation. When I look at it, the site has already been previously graded. I happen to meet the owner, and the original house, I think, was developed in the 70s, and it looks like the site was graded at that point in time. There is not any significant area of disturbance, additional significant area of disturbance, especially from an environmental perspective. I note that the environmental impact study says that there are no endangered species or species of concern within habitat within the area. I did note that there were 2 mature trees, I think, on the southeast corner of the existing property, significant mature trees, which it's too bad that those will be lost. But I do see that there is a tree compensation condition in the report. There is one recommendation that I've made a few times to staff in in private that I would like to go on the record as suggesting formally, when we see these type of applications, major developments within the LSC, RCA area, and especially a floodplain or similar property, a stormwater management report is a requirement. And we as the town of Aurora tend to take the approach that we address that through, staff address that through a condition in the staff report. And I personally, as a committee member, would like to see that in advance in the future. I don't understand how we as committee members are to determine if it's a minor variance and the impact on drainage of any of these major developments without the benefit of the stormwater report. So that would be my recommendation for staff to maybe bring back and consider in the future, because I think it directly impacts the 4 tests of the minor variance. With that having been said, and not being an expert on drainage and stormwater management, taking a look at the site, seeing where the driveway is proposed, and looking at what to my untrained eye looks like the flow of water, I don't have any concerns, and I'm okay proceeding with this particular case. The only other comment that I would make is, and maybe it's a question to the owner's agent, with respect to the impervious areas, has there been any consideration to using building materials, particularly for the long driveway? That I know that there are materials that are pervious that would potentially allow you to construct without needing a variance with respect to the impervious, and obviously the impacts on the flow and the drainage in the area. I think through you, Mr. Chair, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, Sandra, you're on mute.
My apologies. I think that is something that we could consider and have discussions with our landscape architect. I'm not an expert on pervious versus impervious surfaces. I have heard sometimes it's difficult, for maintenance to have that on such a long hardscape. It might just be easier to do a regular drive. But again, I'm not the expert on the landscaping side of things. I think it would be a discussion to have with our landscape architect.
Thank you. I mean, I do note that the requested variance is minimal here, but just something you may want to consider as an option. We have had some files before us, and I understand that there are driveway materials that are pervious now or semi-pervious and can be used. So I think I've taken up a lot of time, Mr. Chair, but I think we all know we pay special attention to these files, and with the caveats I've mentioned, I think I'm comfortable with this application.
Thank you, Stevie, and I appreciate the applicant's response to your concern and question. I'm wondering, after let's assume at this point that we would approve this, perhaps at building permit stage, our comment might include the suggestion to look at impervious or semi-impervious material for those areas. I notice on the site plan, the walkway and interlocking pad is identified, and that's a very small total area of hardscape relative to the driveways and what have you there. So the suggestion might very well be that, at building permit stage, staff take into consideration the fact that we're dealing with sensitive, we'll call it sensitive lands from stormwater management and surface water recharging areas, that some consideration be given, to looking at alternative material for that. That was going to be one of my comments as well, Steve. So I pick up on that and appreciate it. Any other comments? Linda, I see your hand up there.
Thank you. And through the chair, just a couple really quick ones. I didn't go through the whole ESI. It was too long. I didn't have time today. Sorry about that. So I'll go with it, and I'll go with what Steve said. So I'm going to take his word on that stuff. All those other questions I had were fine. The only other thing I thought was on that Appendix A, you've got that once again, those three big trees are coming out from the front of the house there. And this one says, Appendix A, number 6, the owner may be required to provide vegetation compensation, replanting, tree removal, pruning compensation to the satisfaction of the Director of Operation Services as compensation for the trees removed. I think it should say, like we've changed in the past, the owner shall be required to provide all that information, not may be required. He should pay for it all. That's all. That would be my thing on it. And the rest of it, I agree with what Steve said. So I'll move on from there. That's just a suggestion. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Linda. Okay, David or Daniel? Yep, David, go right ahead. Your mic is muted.
Through the chair, anyway, my comments have already been addressed with other members. The stormwater management, water balance, that's my area, that's my food I have every day. So other members have already said. Basically, just to comment further on Steve's comment, I think that's why there's a water balance assessment there required, or stormwater required, who address your concerns. But as you have said, it's better usually to have them before the commit, so that we can review, we can see what is going to happen, rather than say, move it forward, to be done at the building permit. But it's still good that we recognize staff. They're putting that as a, they're putting it in the as a recommended conditions. So it's still good. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Daniel?
No, on this one, I'm perfectly good with everything that's been said. It's been said much better than I could. So thank you.
All right. So with that, let me just ask the applicant. So you're hearing the concerns that we've got, both from not so much from your side, but from the staff side, making sure that we get a chance to adequately review some of these reports. Not that we are experts, but to know the content of them and the concerns that may arise because of them is important. But in the conditions section, I just want to go back to it here because it was mentioned. I just want to see. Shall be, maybe, yeah. It's in the appendix condition number 6 that the owner may be required to provide vegetation compensation. Would there be any objection initially from you on changing that condition to read the owner shall be required?
No, no objection.
No objection. Okay, thank you very much. So that being said, let me look to then the committee for a motion with that minor change to condition number 6 in the appendix. Linda, please go right ahead. Thank you. Thank
you, through the chair. I move that application MV 2022-50 be approved for minor variance at 24 Hunters Glen Road as indicated in this staff report, subject to Appendix A recommendation of conditions of approval with no, with a change in item 6 on Appendix A to change the owner shall be required to provide vegetation compensation. Do you want me to read the whole thing or?
No, you've captured it. That's terrific. I think we've all got it. I think staff has it there as well. So I'll look to the committee for a seconder on the motion. Steve? Thank you very much. Calling the question, all of those in favor of the motion as presented? And that carries. Thank you very much, everyone. Ms. Gava, your application has been approved by the committee, subject to that one minor change. Thank you for your patience this evening, and
thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. All right. Moving along. So next item on the agenda is application for 156 Wells Street. This is minor variance application 2023-05. And this is for Ackermans. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to permit a single detached residential dwelling with a gross floor area of 285 square meters or 3,068 square feet. The following relief is being requested. A, section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum front yard setback of 6.0 meters. The applicant is proposing a single detached dwelling, which is 5.5 meters to the front property line, thereby requiring a variance of 0.5 meters. B, section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 3 meters beyond the main rear wall of the adjacent dwelling. The applicant is proposing a single detached dwelling, which is 2.9 meters beyond the main rear wall of the adjacent building, in brackets 1.4 meters to the interior side property line, thereby requiring a variance of 0.1 meters. And C, section 24.497.3.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters. The applicant is proposing a single detached dwelling, which is 1.4 meters to the interior side yard property line, thereby requiring a variance of 0.1 meters. D, section 7.2 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum exterior side yard setback of 6.0 meters. The applicant is proposing a single detached dwelling, which is 4.1 meters to the exterior side property line, thereby requiring a variance of 1.9 meters. E, section 24.497.3.3 of the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 9 meters to the midpoint of the roof. The applicant is proposing a single detached dwelling with a height of 10.3 meters to the midpoint of the roof, thereby requiring a variance of 1.3 meters. F, section 24.497.3.3 of the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 9.9 meters to the peak of the roof. The applicant is proposing a single detached dwelling with a height of 13.4 meters to the peak of the roof, thereby requiring a variance of 3.5 meters. And G, section 5.6.1, subparagraph A, double I of the zoning bylaw permits a maximum driveway width of 6 meters. The applicant is proposing a driveway width of 6.3 meters, thereby requiring a variance of 0.3 meters. The applicant's stated reasons for not complying with the zoning bylaw, as stated on the application form, due to the zoning restrictions of a corner lot. We are not able to comply with the zoning bylaw with the proposed dwelling on this lot. Pardon me. Planning comments. With regards to the official plan, except pertaining to the proposed maximum height of the dwelling. The proposed variance for the driveway width, front, side, and exterior side yard setbacks are not anticipated to have any negative impact on the character of the existing residential neighborhood. They represent minor increases from what is currently existing and permitted, and they align with the built form of other properties in the area. However, the requested variances for height would result in a significant taller building that would be incompatible with the form and character of the community area. There is concern that the pitch of the roof and proposed height would dominate the streetscape and not be sympathetic to the established built form. Staff reviewed other dwellings in the vicinity of the site, and the proposed would be the highest building in the area. In turn, the proposed maximum height is contrary to the objectives of the town's official plan. Staff are of the opinion that the variances pertaining to the driveway width, front, exterior, and side yard setbacks meet the general intent of the official plan and can be supported. But the variances for the maximum height to the midpoint and peak of the roof cannot be. The Committee of Adjustment can approve the noted variances and refuse the variances pertaining to the maximum height, with the appropriate conditions of approval established as outlined in Appendix A. With regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, again, except those pertaining to the proposed maximum height of the building, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances for driveway width, front, exterior, and side yard setbacks are in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw and can be supported. The proposed variances regarding maximum heights, however, are considered to result in too great of an impact on the neighborhood due to the resulting scale of the proposal and are not supported. With regards to the desirable, it considered desirable for the appropriate development of the land, again, except for those pertaining to the proposed maximum height of the dwelling. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed variances for driveway width, front, exterior, and side yard setbacks are considered desirable for the development of the lands and can be supported, but the requested variances for maximum height to the midpoint of the roof and peak should be refused. With regards to the variances being considered minor in nature, again, except for those pertaining to the proposed maximum height of the dwelling, the requested variances for maximum height are considered excessive and incompatible with the neighborhood. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances for driveway width, front, exterior, and side yard setbacks can be supported, but that the requested variances for maximum height should be refused. Additional comments from departments or agencies. Accessibility, no comments or objections. Building Division, preliminary zoning review was completed on January 11th, 2023. Engineering Division and Legal, no comments or objections. Operational Services Parks, comments provided with appropriate conditions of approval are outlined in Appendix A. Confirmation of no impacts to adjacent public park area has been provided. Operational Services Public Works. This resident will require an approved road occupancy permit from operations. Since they are proposing a new home, they should install a new PVC sanitary lateral to the sewer main. There is a town sewer main that runs through the rear of this property, and the sewer lateral for 156 is connected to it. This lateral should be replaced with modern PVC pipe. Transportation, comments not received. Central York Fire Services, no comments or objections. LSRCA, the proposal is consistent and in conformity with the natural hazard policies and of applicable provincial, regional, and local plans. See conditions in Appendix A for those conditions. And York Region and Electorate, no comments or objections. There were no submissions in writing at the time of the writing of the report. Conditions of approval contained in the staff report number from 1 to 10 and can be seen in the staff report. So with that, I will then look to the applicant or owner. I believe it's Will Ackerman. And the applicant is Louis Concamello, I believe it's pronounced. If they are with us this evening, perhaps they can identify themselves and give us their address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Lucas Cocabello from Sherrico. Address is 340 Church Street in Oakville. I'd like to actually just quickly confirm. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, very, very, very well, Lucas. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you.
And is the owner again with us? Is Will Ackerman's with us? You're there.
Yes, I am.
Is there a presentation? Yes, thank you very kindly. We can. Is there a presentation or comments that you would like to make on this application?
So I'd like to just to further elaborate on my correspondence with planning staff. They had mentioned to me that the building heights that we had proposed was a major concern with this proposal. And upon speaking with them, we do agree with them that the two building height variances that we are requesting should be denied on this application. With regards to the building setbacks that we are requesting, a lot of it has to do with, and the ones that we are asking for has to do with the conservation minimum setback to the rear river stream that crosses the rear property. We are limited in a manner where how we can place the main building on this lot. So with the requested variances pertaining to the front yards and the side yards, we pulled the walls out as much as possible within reason, where we could still make a floor plan work. At the same time, trying to work with a corner lots. Whenever we're working with corner lots, there are a few more restrictions due to the fact that there are two frontages that have larger setbacks, which is a very common setback issue with corner lots such as this. Now, with that being said, with regards to conservation, we have already submitted a conservation application and have obtained the conservation approval with the proposed developments. And upon reviewing the conditions imposed on this project, we do recognize that our support is required, and we have already consulted with one and are scheduled to have the report in hand on the week of March 19th. So should anyone have any further questions, I'm open to answer anything that you may have any concerns with.
Thank you very much. And again, I do not believe there is anyone here from the public this evening who is requesting opportunity to speak. So with that, I'll look to members of the committee for any comments or questions. Linda, I see your hand up there, so please go right ahead.
Thank you through the chair. There was a letter though from the Regency Association that needs to be mentioned. Let me just get my notes here. Regency Ratepayers Association came in with a letter that was negative towards the whole thing. They objected to the height of the building and everything. And I'm going to agree with all that as well. What I agree with what the staff report said, that D, E, and F with the roof, it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. It has to. I would never go for that. I'm going to agree with what the staff report said on that one completely. Stable neighborhoods, urban design plan, the actual building looks nice, but it doesn't fit on that lot. And because it is a corner lot, it is a difference, and it is in the old town, and it can't be that high, and it's got to be a little bit. It's got to fit in according to what the planner said. The only other thing I've also got is that they've said that the sewer main has to be replacement. Now it's in the back of the property. The back of the property is treed. It's on an angle going down, and there's a stream at the back. That stream is connected to Rotary Park. So that's all part of that corner lot, you know, ambience or beautifulness that comes with it. But now I'm worried that when that gets dug up to replace it, that the town is requiring with PVC piping, which is probably a super duper thing to do. How is that going to destroy or upset the back lot? And I don't know where. I looked on the plans, I couldn't find where that sewer pipe runs. Does it run close to the water? Is it further up? Unless I missed it, fine. I did look thoroughly and I couldn't find where that pipe would be. What's the impact on the stream? What's the impact on the rest of the trees there when that has to be removed? I don't know those answers. So those are concerns that I have with the project going forward. I'll just leave it at that for now, and then maybe circle back. I'm not sure. Thanks.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know whether or not staff would be able to comment on that and where it goes and what have you to answer some of that, some of your concerns, Linda. Rosanna, any thoughts from the staff perspective on that?
Through the chair, I don't have access to the engineering and underground stuff at this meeting tonight, but yeah, so I don't know that answer.
Okay. I see David smiling intently. So maybe what I will do is I'll go directly to our in-house expert on those matters at a very high level. David, any comments or questions to the applicant or a response to any questions?
Through the chair, maybe on behalf of the town, since we're all working for the town of Aurora, I would answer that question about the sewer. Linda, you cannot see the sewer on the surface. It's actually underground. So it's a sewer which is coming from the house. It's a lateral connection coming from the house, connecting to the town sewer, main sewer, which is located on the backyard. So you will not see it. You will not see it. Okay. So
I got that. I didn't see it on the plan. I was looking for the pipe on the plan.
Oh, on the
It's
plan.
buried. I'm good with that.
Okay. I think that's why the town staff probably provided that comment, because they realized through their review that the sewer which needs to be replaced. So it's something which the developer or the applicant is going to address later on if we approve this as part of the conditions. So adding to that, I don't want to put the staff on the difficult position, but I'll just go straight to say that that comment about sewer is very good, but it needs to be a condition. So if you are going to approve this, I'm going to propose that we put a condition, just like you have done for the Cinco Conservation Authority, that the condition would read that the owner shall install a new PVC sanitary lateral connection to the town sewer main that runs through the rear of the property, so that you are sure that that will be done, and it's part of the condition of approval. My other comment is what the other member said about the height. Yeah, to some extent, I agree with the staff's report. I'll just stop at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Daniel or Steve, any comments or questions on this application?
Through the chair, I'm surprisingly quiet today, not on purpose, but not much to add in terms of questions. The materials are fairly obvious, and I don't have any questions. I don't need to clarify anything at this time. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. Steve, anything there?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kokomil, I'm glad that to hear that you agree with the staff report, and particularly with respect to the the height of the building. I think the Regency Acres Ratepayer Association has given us some good insight into the process that was undertaken a few years ago. I don't know if if Mr. Ackermans or yourself are aware of it. Just very quickly to highlight, there was some significant consultation with the public and arriving at the zoning, some revised zoning for the stable neighborhoods. And I think this committee has been, I would say, very consistent in only applying variances where there was an explicit need, given that extensive consultation and agreement between the community and the residents. So I'm inclined to agree with my fellow members here. I'm comfortable with the other variances requested here, but I would not have supported and will not support the height at all. And to be quite honest, I wouldn't support any variance in height there, just simply because when I look at the site plans, I don't see the need in this particular case. And the only other point that I would make is I noticed that there's an easement in the backyard. I'm suspecting that's probably where the sewer main is located, but that's just an assumption on my part. Okay, so that's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Steve. So I just want to make a couple of very general observations on my part. You don't need to pull any of this up, but I'm going to walk through the building, if you don't mind, for a moment. And you may have picked up on the drawings. Starting in the basement, I noted that in the basement level, at the rear of the property, you have a lounge. There's some storage cabinetry, a full bathroom. And I'll be very obvious about how I say what I say here. We have bedroom number 1 and bedroom number 2. You have next to the lounge and next to those 2 bedrooms, a pool area, which looks like a schematic of a pool table. And then moving forward, you've got your utilities, you've got a walk-in closet, and then ahead of that towards the street, you have a gym. And then ahead of that, you've got a large workshop. Next to the workshop and the gym, you have a very large storage room, set of stairs with access in that pool table area, access to a cold room. So bedroom number 1 and bedroom number 2 in that level. When you come up to the main floor, ground floor, you've got, of course, the front of the building, you've got the garage, mudroom, main entry staircase, and then you've got a great room, a living area, a large kitchen across the back, and then a media room. Then I go to the next level, which is the second floor. You come up the staircase, and again, at the front of the house, you've got a laundry room. Next to the laundry room, you actually have what appears to be bedroom number 2 again. Behind that, bedroom number 1. And then behind that, showers, washrooms, master bedroom at the rear, which takes basically the entire rear of that second floor, an ensuite with very generous his and her walk-in closets. So what appears to me then, just the way these drawings have been labeled, there would appear to be a full 3-bedroom house on the ground floor and the second floor, and in the basement level, what could very easily be another full dwelling, which is indicated as much by referring to 2 bedrooms, bedroom 1 and 2 in that level, and then 3 bedrooms being referred to as bedrooms 1, 2, and the master suite. So my question to the applicant, we are talking about a single dwelling, but is it being designed with the purpose of having 2 families in it?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Typically, whenever we design homes like this in a manner similar to this, municipalities have required us to sign off on a declaration of use form, some form of documentation indicating that we will only be using this dwelling as for the purpose of a single family dwelling. Should we in the end proceed forward down the road based on permitted uses allowed on the site and use the basement as a secondary suite, the basement will require separate alterations in terms of building code matters and building materials required to make this work as a 2-unit dwelling. But in terms of this project, the intent is to maintain this as a single family dwelling and not use the basement as a secondary suite in any form. That's not the intent of the project. The intent is to maintain this as a single family dwelling.
Okay, so what's throwing me off here is the reference to bedroom 1 and 2 in the basement level, and then bedrooms 1, 2, and master suite on this on the second floor. So I guess, I mean, obviously, Bill, the provisions of Bill 23 would also apply here, which as of right would allow you to do what I think I'm looking at, what I'm seeing here. But I was looking for just clarity at this point, and you've provided the clarity in that your intent right now is to use the entire building, basement included, as a single family dwelling. So I believe I'm correct in that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, yes, you are correct in that. Again, in terms of the actual construction of the build, towards the end of the project where finishes are being installed onto this project, depending on budget on the actual build. In a lot of cases, if the budget's already been exceeded, the basement is the one area that's what we noticed with a lot of our contractors. They don't proceed forward with, and then they just leave it unfinished. So there's different aspects that come in on these two-story dwellings that could be out of our hands towards the end of the project.
Fair enough. Okay, that answers my question. So I appreciate that. So with that, I will then look to the committee then for a motion on the application. David.
Through the chair, for minor variance MV-2023-05, I move that minor variances A to D and G be approved, and the minor variances E and F, which have to deal with the height to midpoint and height to the peak, be denied, subject to the conditions in the staff's report, and they also include one condition which can state the owner shall install a new PVC sanitary lateral connection to the town sewer main that runs through the rear of the property. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Thanks for the wording on that. Yes, Daniel, seconding. Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All of those in favor of the motion as presented? All of those against? That carries. Thank you very much. Linda, was that a yes or a no? There was a bit of a lag.
It just didn't address what was going to happen with that it was taking care of the pipe in the back in the creek. That's all. I don't understand how that was. Hopefully staff will make sure that that's not going to be disturbed back there. That's all.
Right.
It wasn't one of the things that came up, but it did. Like it was in the report about the pipe. So that's why I questioned it in the first place. That's all.
Oh, no, that's great. There was just a bit of a delay when your hand went up. When
Yeah, I kind of thought about that a little bit because it wasn't specifically,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm fine with it. I understand, you know.
Okay, I just want our
The height was my issue as well.
got it.
Okay.
And I just want the town staff to make sure that we record the vote on that accurately. So thank you very much for clarifying that very much. So with that, Mr. Ackermans and Mr. Cocomello, I appreciate the long wait that you've had to endure to get to this point, but I'm pretty sure that you're happy with the results. So I'll thank you for your patience and being here, and wish you a very pleasant evening.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everyone.
Feel like an airline pilot when I say that. Every time I say that, have a pleasant evening. You get used to hearing that stuff when you get off. And some of you will be hearing that tomorrow, I assume.
Fasten your seatbelts. We're ready to go. Okay.
All right. And moving on to the next item in our agenda. This is minor variance application 2023-03 for 1588 St. John's Side Road. Making sure I mention this is blocks 3 and 4. Represented by 2352107 Ontario Inc. There are related files, site plan or SP 2022-09, SUB subdivision file 2015-02, and ZBA zoning bylaw amendment 2015-05. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the development of a 2-story multi-unit industrial building. Both a conceptual block plan for the larger area as well as a site plan are attached as Appendix B to the report for our reference. The following relief is being requested. Section 24.503.6 of the zoning bylaw states the minimum gross floor area of all buildings and structures for all uses outlined in section 24.503 shall be 92.6% of the lot area or portion of the lot within the E-BP in brackets 503 zone for each individual lot The applicant is proposing a multi-industrial building with a gross floor area of 56.19%. B, section 5.4 of the zoning bylaw requires a minimum of 108 parking spaces for blocks 3 and 4. The applicant is proposing 99 spaces, thereby requiring a variance of 9 spaces. I mentioned the related planning applications. On June the 6th, 2017, council approved a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for the Aurora Mills Business Park area to define the block areas and establish the minimum and establish the permitted uses. A site plan application to facilitate the development of a multi-unit industrial building on the subject property, SP 2022-09, was received by the town and is currently under review. The subject variance is required in order to facilitate the approval of the related site plan application. The applicant's stated reasons for not complying with the zoning bylaw are: currently the properties are subject to a site-specific zoning bylaw which was approved prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Following the pandemic, there has been a change in market conditions and need for office space. We are requesting modifications to site-specific requirements. Planning comments, being the proposed variances meeting the general intent of the official plan. The proposed multi-industrial building maintains the objectives of the Business Park 1 designation with a built form that is appropriate considering the surrounding context and will contribute to local job creation and employment growth within the town. The parking space deficiency is not expected to generate significant impacts to the functionality of the subject site, or the subdivision overall. A parking justification was also provided to demonstrate that based on the proposed uses, peak demands are met. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances meet the general intent of the official plan. With regards to the proposed variances meeting the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the minimum GFA of 92.6% of the lot area was calculated based on the overall land use being proposed for overall subdivision to meet a requirement of 40 jobs per hectare. It was assumed that maximizing the GFA and setting that as a minimum would ensure higher job yields over the lands. The true intent of the provision being to A, limit the amount of commercial uses, and B, maximize employment yield, which at the time was aimed at 40 jobs per hectare. An evaluation of the proposed variances show that the intent is still met. With regards to the parking space, the applicant submitted a parking justification letter prepared by CF Crozier and Associates, Inc., dated January the 30th, 2023, which concluded that the proposed parking spaces are adequate. As determined by town transportation staff, the letter provides sufficient evidence that the reduction in the parking spaces is not anticipated to result in any negative impacts on the development and the operation of the proposed industrial building, nor will there be any negative impact to surrounding areas. Overall, the proposal provides significant economic generation and provides a new local job opportunities. As such, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With regards to the variances being considered desirable for the appropriate development of the land, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are considered desirable for the appropriate development of the property. And D, with regards to the variances being considered minor in nature, The reduction in the GFA still ensures appropriate employment generation in line with the requirements of the town, regional, and provincial policy, while the parking shortfall is minor, and staff are of the opinion that the proposed spaces are able to sufficiently meet the future site synergies given when the adjacent blocks are developed. Additional comments. Building Division preliminary zoning review was completed on January 25th, 2023. Engineering Division traffic and transportation comments providing stating no concerns with the proposed variance application. Operational Services Parks, no comments or concerns with the proposed application. Operational Services, Central York Fire, York Region, no comments or concerns with the proposed application. LSRCA, no comments or concerns with the proposed application. Electric Utilities and Accessibility, no concerns with the proposed minor variances. No written submissions were received from the public. And with that, I'll just mention that there are 2 conditions in Appendix A as recommended for conditions of approval. And I believe we are joined this evening by Anna Rita Barbosa. Nice to see you again, Anna. And Paul Tobiah, the agent, is with us as well this evening. Welcome. And I'll turn it over to you if you have any comments or any presentation that you wish to make.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee members. As mentioned, my name is Paul Tobiah from Weston Consulting. The address is 201 Millway Avenue, Suite 19 in Vaughan, Ontario. And we also have Anna Rita, as you mentioned, on behalf of the applicant. I just want to advise the committee, the subsequent application is also part of this. So is it possible to be heard together?
We can do that. We would have to vote separately, of course.
Okay, just in the interest of time, sorry.
On the second application. If you wish, what I can do, giving my computer now a chance to catch up with me, and given the number of files that we've had this evening, okay. And we can do that for the sake of expediency because they are tied together. Any objection from the members of the committee on bringing both forward? Just remembering that we will be looking at separate recommendations and separate motions on these 2. So seeing heads shaking yes, no with no objections, that's great. Let me introduce file MV 2022-45 pertaining to 1588 St. John Side Road. And this would be blocks 5 and 6 under the same ownership, under the same related files as previously mentioned. The applicant is requesting relief from the requirements of the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 6000-17 as amended to facilitate the development of 2-story multi-unit industrial building. A concept overall and subject site plan are attached as Appendix B to the report for reference. The following variances are being requested. A, Section 24.503.6 of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 states that the minimum gross floor area of all buildings and structures for all uses outlined in section 24.503 shall be 92.6% of the total area, lot area or portion of the lot within the E-BP in brackets 503 zone for each individual lot. The applicant is proposing a multi-unit industrial building with a gross floor area at 61 0.17%. B, section 5.4 of the zoning bylaw, 6000-17 requires a minimum of 99 parking spaces, for blocks 5 and 6. The applicant is proposing a multi-unit industrial building with 93 parking spaces, thereby requiring a variance of 6 spaces. And C, section 24.503.3.3 of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 requires a minimum landscape strip adjacent to St. John's Side Road East of 6.0 meters for block 6. The applicant is proposing a landscaping strip of 2.36 meters. And D, section 24.504.3.3 of the zoning bylaws 6000-17 requires a minimum landscape strip adjacent to St. John Side Road East of 4 meters for block 5. The applicant is proposing a landscape strip of 3 meters. And E, section 24.503.3.3 of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 requires a minimum landscape strip adjacent to Melvin Robson of 3 meters for block 6. The applicant is proposing a landscape strip of 1.36 meters. F, section 24.504.3.3 of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 requires a minimum landscape strip adjacent to Melvin Robson of 3 meters for block 5. The applicant is proposing a landscape strip of 1.57 meters. And finally, G, section 5.3 of the zoning bylaw 6000-17 requires a maneuvering aisle for 90-degree parking to be a minimum of 7 meters. The applicant is proposing a maneuvering aisle for 90-degree parking at 6 meters for blocks 5 and 6. I will dispense with the reference to the other planning applications. However, as stated on the applicant's application, reasons for not complying with the zoning bylaw. Currently, the properties are subject to a site-specific zoning bylaw, which was approved prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Following the pandemic, there has been a change in market conditions and need for office space. We are requesting modifications to site-specific requirements. With regards to the AOP, the proposed multi-industrial building maintains the objectives of the Business Park 1 designation with a built form that is appropriate considering the surrounding context and will contribute to local job creation and employment growth within the town. The overall design of the building and function of the site are not negatively affected by the reduced landscape strip, in that the overall prestige image of the business park is being maintained. Further, the deficiency parking spaces is not expected to generate significant impacts to the functionality of the subject site and the overall subdivision as a whole. Therefore, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances meet the general intent of the official plan. With regards to the general intent of the zoning bylaw, it was assumed that maximizing the GFA to as great an extent possible and setting that as a minimum would ensure higher job yields over the lands. The true intent of the provision being to A, limit the amount of commercial uses, and B, maximize employment yield, which at the time was aimed at 40 jobs per hectare. An evaluation of the proposed variance shows that the intent is still being met. With regards to the parking space, the general intent of the parking space requirement is to ensure that sufficient parking spaces are provided to meet the needs of the proposed facilities, and that the vehicle spillover will not occur for overcrowding the subject site. The applicant submitted a parking justification letter prepared by CF Crozier and Associates, dated January the 30th, 2023, exceeding minimum requirements. Staff do not have concerns about the reduction in landscape area when combined with the reduction in parking, which attempts to minimize excessive hard surfaces. In the general intent and purpose of the landscaping strip regulation is to provide for appropriate mitigation and buffering through landscape open space to screen undesirable site activities such as parking and loading areas. Along St. John Side Road, blocks 5 and 6 on the approved draft plan of subdivision generally provides a 3-meter landscape strip along the frontage on St. John Side Road. The proposed landscape strip starts at 3.0 meters along the frontage of block 5 and tapers along block 6 as the property line contours north. In addition to the proposed landscape strip, there is also a retaining wall which serves as an additional visual screening purposes. In lieu of this, the proposed variance for the landscape strip sorry, I just lost my spot here, just scrolling. In addition to the proposed landscape strip, there is also a retaining wall which serves as a additional visual screening purposes. In lieu of this, the proposed variance for the reduced landscape strip is considered to be adequate. And along Melvin Robson for block 5, my screen is just freezing here. My apologies. The proposed reduced landscape strip along Melvin Road is appropriate. Lot line tree planting is required by park staff, and the provision of tree plantings will effectively separate the public realm from the subject lands. And therefore, in considering this, the reduction is considered to be generally maintain the purpose and intent of the site-specific zoning. With regards to the 90-degree parking, a truck turning movement assessment prepared by Crozier Consulting Engineers was submitted to confirm the driveway is appropriate. Staff are of the opinion that the requested variances meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Staff also are of the opinion that the variances are appropriate development of the land. And again, the proposed variances are considered to be minor in the overall context of the development of the entire business park subdivision. Comments I will dispense with because they are identical to those that appeared in the application for 2023-03. So that covers the second as well. So again, I'll go to the applicant if there if there is a presentation or comments that they wish to provide the committee at this time.
There is a small presentation. If you could bring up the, I thought at the previously that they were going to be dealt separately, so I did 2, but if you could bring up the one associated with block 5 and 6, they're more or less the same, but that captures the additional variances requested. I think it's labeled B. Perfect. So as mentioned, if you can go to slide 2, the applications are for 1588 St. John Side Road. It's on the northeast corner of St. John Side Road and Leslie Street. Next slide, please. So more specifically, the applications apply to blocks 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. 5 and 6 is the one shown in red. 3 and 4 is the one just above that on top of it to the north. Next slide, please. So the applications before you contemplate 2 industrial buildings consisting of internal mezzanines, and they're part of the overall business park. And you can see here there's an elevation, 3D rendering, and colored elevation. Next slide, please. So as mentioned in the staff report, the statistics are about 11,000 square meters and 99 parking spaces for blocks 3 and 4. For blocks 5 and 6, there's about 8,300 square meters of GFA and 93 parking spaces. Next slide, please. So these were the requested variances for blocks 5 and 6. For block 3 and 4, it's just for gross floor area and parking as mentioned, a reduction from 92.6 to 5619, and a reduction from 108 to 99 spaces. For blocks 5 and 6, you'll see 61.17 for gross floor area, a reduction to 93 spaces, and several landscape strip reductions and reduction in maneuvering aisle width. Next slide, please. And that's just a visual representation of where the variances are occurring. Next slide, please. So just some quick policy, as you mentioned, the blocks are existing employment in the official plan and business park 1 in the secondary plan, which allows for employment uses, including office and industrial. Blocks 3, next slide, please, sorry. Blocks 3 and 4, they're shown just above the red. That's zoned in business park exception 503. And the one in red is block 5-6, which is split zoned employment business park 503 and 504. So those came out of a site specific bylaw that was approved in 2017. And that zone permits a range of industrial related uses in addition to other business park uses. Next slide, please. So just to briefly touch on the 4 tests, as you mentioned, the official plan is maintained through the business park designation in the secondary plan, and they also exceed the minimum requirement of 40 jobs per hectare. So an overall job density, it was actually increased from the initial development concept to a job density of 71 jobs per hectare for block 3 and 4 and 77 for blocks 5 and 6. And despite a lower GFA, this is largely due to the size and the multi-tenant nature of the buildings. The proposed variances will continue to provide employment and opportunities and help establish jobs as part of the complete community. And as part of the Aurora secondary plan, there's a provision to allow for only 20% of the total GFA within the business park for standalone commercial and ancillary uses. And so the rest of the uses are to be employment to ensure that job densities were met. The variances to reduce the GFA of the lot area would not increase the overall commercial area beyond the maximum 20% of the site area, as the uses are industrial in nature. And in addition, the reduction of GFA is not discernible from the street. The reduction in parking is only 9% and 6% respectively, which is typically not associated with parking overflow. And in the case of blocks 3 and 4, it's temporary in nature because upon full build out, the cul-de-sac will be removed and potentially additional parking can be provided. As mentioned, the overall development concept for the land has changed due to market conditions, but an evaluation of the proposed variances shows that the bylaw is maintained and the intent is maintained. So providing industrial uses and in relation to the official plan, it will not increase in the overall commercial area beyond the 20% maximum threshold. As you mentioned, the parking, there was a justification prepared by Crozier, and it indicated that even with the reduction, the peak demands were met through their parking forecast. Blocks 5 and 6 have an aisle width proposed of 6 meters, but at its narrowest point, but however, that's only at the north and west portion of the site. And it actually expands to 7.31 at its widest point. So as you mentioned, the vehicle turning movement assessment was prepared, and it confirmed that the driveway width is appropriate, and it demonstrated that the reduced driveway is feasible and it meets the operational requirements. So the technical function of the driveway is maintained, and the 1 meter reduction, is minor in nature and not discernible from the street. With respect to the landscape strips, blocks 5 and 6 generally provide for a 3-meter landscape strip along the front of St. John's Side Road. The constraints of the site cause the landscape strip to start at 3 meters and then taper off as the property line contours to the north. There's also a retaining wall, as mentioned, which serves to provide additional screening. And so this irregularity causes some influence on the landscape strip along Melvin Robson. And although the reduced landscape strip is occurring, it'll still provide for attractive and meaningful landscape areas to enhance the site. And the proposed landscape strip along Melvin Robson, it tapers as well. So it starts at 2.07 and ends at 1.36. So it is still appropriate, as mentioned, as it allows for the provision of tree plantings, and it can be an effective screening from the public realm. And as you mentioned, a comprehensive landscape plan will be prepared as part of the ongoing site plan application. And as shown in the elevation, the frontage along Melvin Robson is designed with a high degree of attention and detail and high quality landscaping. And so overall, the industrial buildings are compatible with the surrounding development and meets all the other requirements of the site-specific zoning. So I've reviewed the staff reports and agree with the recommendations and respectfully request the committee approve the variances for both applications. So I thank you for your time, and Anna Rita and myself will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Paul. And again, looking at my prep notes here, there are no members of the public who wish to speak to either of these applications. And so with that, I will look to members of the committee for any comments or questions on these applications. Linda's good. Daniel, you're good. David, I see your hand up there. Go right ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to you to confirm for the last minor variance. This is the MV 2022-45 about blocks 5 and 6, just to show us where the issue about maneuvering aisle for 90% 90 degrees parking, which requires 7 meters, but you are providing 6 meters. Can you just show us where those are?
Through the chair, if the presentation come back on the screen. I believe it's at the north and west end of the site. If you can, yep. If you zoom in a little bit, if you see, I believe it's referenced to G. So if you see the aisle there circled in red just to the right of the arrow pointing to variance G, you'll see that that area of the aisle is 6 meters. And as you go around the turn, it's 6 meters as well, but then it starts to taper and expand into 7 point, and then you'll get to about 7.3 when you get to the other side of the building.
Okay, so the ones in the front of the building, those are okay, they're meeting the 7 meter, I assume.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just a general comment in terms of the landscapes for both block 5 and 6, for the ones abutting Melvin Robin. I can see the other one is coming, it's wider, but it seems you have put the same width. It's not a big deal, but you have put the same width, but the other one seems to be wider. As you're going out, they're becoming a bit wider, and I expect them to have different, measurements, but that's okay. Yeah, it's just an observation. If you look at your drawing, you find that those strips, landscape strips, as you're going towards block 5, they're a bit wider than block 6. So,
through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not supposed to have the same variance of 1.57. Supposed to be different, but I'm hoping the 1.57 is the one for block 5, such that for block block 6, which is the narrowest, and I'm hoping for block 5 it's a bit wider.
Yes,
That's just my
sorry,
hope.
through you, Mr. Chair. That's how it's calculated. We took the worst case scenario and requested
Yes,
that.
yes, yes,
That's
yes,
correct.
yes. That's what I thought.
Yes.
I think those were my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, David. Any other comments or observations? Steve.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I've got a question to staff. So the GFA requirement and the secondary plan requirement of 40 jobs per hectare, is that specific to blocks 4 and 5 where we have the site specific zoning?
Through the chair.
Is that a general?
General for the whole site, the whole area.
No, that makes more sense to me. So I've got a bit of an issue with this, and I'll just through you, Mr. Chair. That explains it to me, because I mean, if the intent is for blocks 4 and 5 of 90% GFA is to maximize the job yield, and yet we're using a minimum of 40 jobs per hectare for other areas that are not designated office space. Yeah, I mean, you know what, you could go down to 20 jobs and probably, or 20% GFA and still meet, the 40 jobs here. We've got a site-specific GFA of 92% to maximize. Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I think the applicant has a response here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is background context to this. So the original intent of the entire subdivision was that blocks 1, 6, and 7 were to be commercial, and it was going to allow for 90,000 square feet of commercial use. And we tried for years. We had plans already done, and this was a full package done, ready to go in, and we could not lease the space. So it wasn't a situation where you can build it, they will come. It was that we could not lease it, and why would we build buildings that were going to remain vacant? So as a result of that, the 90,000 square feet and the 92.6% was to offset that 90,000 square feet. So without doing the 90,000 square feet anymore, we're now doing somewhere around 5,000 only for block 1. We are now providing more employment in block 6 and 7, and that still provides us with the same amount of GFA and no longer needing the 92.6%.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Hopefully the context.
You know what? It does. It absolutely makes sense, but I think we're going about it through the wrong process here. There's nothing about what we're doing here that's a minor variance to the GFAs. This should require a zoning application to change the zoning, the site-specific zoning of these blocks that you mentioned, right? It is my point here. I understand it. I get COVID changing the landscape. I get that, what is being talked about here, but going from 92 to 60 and applying the wrong benchmarks to the wrong blocks is not the right way to do it here. And I understand that staff has gone through the analysis and all this. It's not a minor variance application. And the only reason that you meet the zoning test is because we're using the zoning for the whole business part to justify a reduction in site-specific zoning. We're going about it the wrong way here. I don't disagree with anything that's being proposed here, but I think it requires a zoning application, not a minor variance application. Right? Yeah.
I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, this was brought up to planning in 2021, at the beginning of 2021, to discuss whether or not it would require a full ZBA. And that is obviously a much longer process. We were prepared to go in with it at that time. They indicated it's not necessary. Because it's just the one number and there is a justification to the change, and that they were actually seeing other applicants coming forward with a similar issue. They were prepared to go about it in this way because of it was just a more efficient process. So this was, we did do our due diligence. We tried because we know that ZBA takes a much longer time. And now we're a year later. being told by every department that a minor variance was the appropriate avenue.
Well, I don't think, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think it's the appropriate avenue. It's the most expedient and the most. It's one of these things we're gonna break the system because it's more efficient, right? Anyway, I've got my answer. I mean, you know what? We're putting it through a minor variance process, something that's not, that it really doesn't, and we're using the wrong criteria to meet the test and the right basis. And so I've got to think about this and say, like, I understand what we're doing, but the procedure is the procedure here, and we're saying it's you know what? I've got my answer. I'm gonna think about this one, Mr. Chair, because once again, in theory, I don't have an objection to what's being done here, but the GFA doesn't apply. Like the job yield doesn't apply. The analysis that staff has made doesn't apply. It doesn't justify the change. This should be looked at in the broader context, and the site-specific zoning should be changed here.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead, Paul. I'm going to jump in there too, but go ahead. I want to hear your comment.
Oh, sorry, through the chair, I was just going to say, we did a job density calculation that was provided as part of the justification, and it shows that these buildings will actually yield beyond the 40 jobs per hectare, respectively 71 and 77. So we feel that that's pretty adequate over and above what's required.
Thank you. If I could respond to that through you, Mr. Chair. I think my point was the 40 is not for this specific site. The 40 is for the entire business park. So this is where we are just, this analysis doesn't hold up, because we did site specific zoning for each of the blocks to achieve a certain goal. And because we want to use a more expedient process here, right, is we're going to use a benchmark that applies to other areas to what was a GFA that was really only for, like, you do a 92% GFA for an office space, you're going to get one heck of a lot more than a job yield of 40 jobs per hectare. So this is why this, we're coming up with a justification for something just out of expediency, and it kind of makes a mockery of the whole process here. Anyway, that's once again, conceptually, I don't have a problem about this, but we're breaking the whole process here. And it's, once again, it's a bit of a slippery slope.
Anna Rita, do you want to comment on that?
Sir, just through you, Mr. Chair, there is just one other note, and that's that the 6000-17 bylaw actually indicates that for a business park, it's actually a 50% max. And I think that also spoke to why planning indicated that it would be okay to go through this process, in that we were exceeding that, trying to do our best to achieve anything higher that we could get, and we would still be achieving what a business park was to be requiring on the overall.
Thank you. And once again, I know I'm being difficult, but that is an argument for a zoning application and a change to the zoning, right? Any way you cut it, I don't disagree with what is being proposed here. I think we're just in the wrong forum. We followed the wrong process, and I'm just a little bit concerned that when we start breaking down the processes here just for expediency, you get the wrong people doing the assessments. You get the wrong people doing, you get poor assessments, like not poor assessments, you get inappropriate assessments and benchmarks here. And we go down a slippery slope where we do the right thing in the wrong way. And then the next time it makes it a lot easier for the wrong thing to slip through, because you slip it through the wrong process. When we start getting major changes that start getting assessed by minor variance through the minor variance application process, using made-up benchmarks, right, that don't really apply. What happens when we do all of a sudden have a major development, which we've had in the past, I might add, that that end up in a minor variance, right, in a minor variance process, and I'm quite concerned about this, to be quite honest. So anyway, I have my answers. I need to like, once again, I think that here we are today. What do we do about it, right?
I'll just let me also dovetail into sort of a, what is often perceived as a bit of a gray area. Specifically, whenever a site is rezoned site specific, the initial reaction to an amendment of this nature coming forward would be, oh, we are zone site specific. Because of that, just because of that, it would, in a lot of people's minds, trigger a full zoning amendment. I have no issues with the reduction to parking. I have no issues with reduction to lane widths. Those, in my book, in this application, in these two cases, are certainly minor variance applications. But it does also boil down to one very important point, and that is that a municipality that adopts its regulations, its OP, its zoning, its secondary plans, is entitled to interpret those the way it sees fit. It can take, it can take one person to decide, who has the authority to decide, no, we're going to do it like this. This is how I interpret our bylaw. Until someone, and if you go through this process, until someone then challenges that, because you've gone ahead and done it this way, it stands, because it does go unchallenged. However, if there is a debate around the table, as Steve is indicating, he's one member of the committee. He could abstain or vote against with a reason that goes on the books, goes into the record. And in the future, to his point, if somebody else comes along and says, you know what, he has a valid position, he has a valid concern, then that can be taken, within prescribed deadlines, that can be taken to any appeals method. So I agree with him that in this case, perhaps the process in achieving what you're looking for could very easily have been interpreted to require a full zoning amendment. It could have. I understand his position because I understand, I'm a planner, I get it. But in this case, the town has made that call. Now it's come before this committee. And I can tell you that I don't totally disagree with Steve on this one. I don't totally disagree. But it's the process that we are being asked to review. So on that basis, I'm going to let the committee come forward with a motion on this. And on the record, just again, based on what I know and my experience, I will probably vote against. I won't be able to support it. I have no problem with the parking. I have no problem. I have no problem with the variance for even the landscape strips. No problem there at all. I think you're doing what you need to do in this case. I don't have any problem with the width of the and reduction of the driveways widths. But I don't think I tend to agree with my colleague. I don't believe we're going about doing this the right way. So I'll look to the members of the committee. Have you got a comment, David, or are you prepared to put a motion forward? I don't hear you, David. Still don't hear you. There goes your we had that little glitch this at the very beginning of the meeting. Try it again, David. There we go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's just a general question to the planning staff. I understand from the other members' point of view, or the other members' point of view, but I just want to look at it from a different angle. Where I sometimes, because the zoning bylaw amendments, the process of the council rewriting certain things to match whatever it is, you find there's that gap, and they realize the issues, and they come up with a way of how to handle those issues. Now, I just want to ask about, you were talking about the requirement, job requirement, being 40%, let me see, just to be correct here. 40% minimum density of 40 jobs per developable hectare. But I think in these applications, they're providing, or actually they're exceeding, they're providing 70%. Is it correct, Anna-Rita?
It's 70, so it's 40 jobs per hectare, and we're providing 71 and 74, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want to ask this. Yes. So I want to ask it because I've had the similar situations on other projects. So I work, in most of these within York region and similar things. And you can skin the cat in different ways, but the goal is the same. Let's say I want to go to Toronto, I can use the Highway 404, Highway 407, I can go down Bayview, but I end up being at the city of Toronto. Because maybe Bayview may take longer because of traffic, but still I'll be there. And I'm using 404, 404 is faster, and it gets me there. So I'm asking Rosanna, when you look at this, with this issue about the zoning, which was done some time back, and we see changes with COVID and so on, that's affected a lot of things. Will you, as the planner, based on this, is the goal, the job per hectare? The required is 40 and what's provided is 70 is higher. Is that do you interplay that as actually the main goal?
Through you, Mr. Chair. For my opinion, I didn't write the report, but from a planning perspective, the end goal that David is referring to is still being achieved. Whether it go through one process or another, the end goal is still, in this case, exceeds what's required in the OPA.
Okay, thank you. I'm not a planner, but I work with planners every day. So I try to get some of this knowledge, and that's why I try to, move around things a different way. Thank you.
Yeah, the goal is clear. There's no confusion about the goal.
Yeah,
it's the process that we are using to get there is what is being questioned. Steve, you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to follow up on David's point here. I just want to make sure we're not mixing apples and oranges here. The goal of 40, the job yield of 40 jobs per hectare, if I'm not mistaken, if I've understood this correctly, is for the entire business park, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And so the GFA of 92% is site specific. And it was meant to maximize the yield on blocks 4 and 5. And we're using the lower minimum requirement for the whole job park to justify reducing a site-specific GFA that was supposed to maximize the yield for blocks 4 and 5 in the total context to make up for a lower area, but we're using the lower job yield to apply to 4 and 5 to justify reducing a site-specific GFA that was supposed to maximize the yield. And I'll just finish my point. I have we got an analysis here of how this, and this is where I keep getting back to, it should have been a zoning application. I understand it's 70 now here, but the GFA was probably intended to get a higher yield than the 40 for the entire job park to compensate for lower areas. So do we have an idea here of how it's going to impact the overall? And this is where I get to this is the wrong process to be doing that, but perhaps we can consider that. So sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we can give an opportunity to respond.
Sure.
But I just wanted to make that distinction, David, because we're using two things. We can't say 40 and 70 and therefore we're good here, because the 40 doesn't apply to this one, right? It applies to all, and it's meant to compensate for different ones. So we're really not following the correct methodology if we say 40 and 70 we're good. So sorry, I'll listen to the response here.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So we did an analysis that would indicate how much square footage was going to be required for if we had the 90,000 square feet of commercial and then the employment lands. And because we're including block 7 and 2 and 6 as employment lands, we do achieve that. Now I understand the reluctancy because we're putting, I don't know if this is possible, if there's a way to do this, but are we able to put a condition that would require block 2 and 7 to also achieve at least the 40 jobs per hectare through this process? Like, is there a process to add a condition that indicates the subdivision would have to at least have that?
Right, and I think through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's what I'm getting at here. We don't know what the overall impact here, and so there could be a condition that we're okay as long as the overall yield of 40 jobs per hectare are achieved. But we're not going to know that until we lease out the entire business park, and this is where. Once again, I get back to this should have been a zoning application where there are dependencies here that we as a committee of adjustment are trying to balance because we're going through the wrong process is my point, right?
Yeah, but I think if the limits of the site-specific zoning apply specifically to an identifiable area, that we can impose that kind of a condition. Rosanna, any thought on that? We're tying it back to the site-specific zoning in a way by suggesting that.
That is a good question. We're lucky that all these lands are under one ownership, because had these lands been cut up, it would have been a very different story.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I trust that the owners would keep this in their ownership and not sell the other two, or just keep it all in one business park situation. I'm reluctant to put that condition on these ones. I mean, it's up to the committee. The reason why I say that is because I don't have the appropriate review or the tools of everything to make that decision or to make that call. It is up to the committee whether or not they want to do that. It's just hard to, unless they're coming in the next month or so, I can't guarantee it, and I can't The town can't
Really well
guarantee.
on that. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
what we're looking at tonight are blocks 3 and 4. Like what we're looking at is what we're looking at tonight.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one to do. I don't know if Anna-Rita has any possibility.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is, I mean, you guys have the overall plan that we did provide, and the other lands are providing employment. Like our intent here is to come in with employment. If we put a condition on the subdivision, on the zoning for the rest, like we would be fine with that because we're allowing the intent of the business park to move forward. And the plans that we're coming in today with 3, 4, 5, and 6 meet the intent. It's just you're worried that block 2 and 7 are not going to. Like one day we're just going to turn around and come in with commercial because it's an as of right there. And
yeah,
I get the reason for it. I don't understand why there wouldn't be an opportunity to put a condition. Like if there's just a condition that we meet that 40, and maybe in the future as things change, that 40 is something, well, right now we're showing more than 40, but that's a bare minimum. Like we can go above that and provide the greater amount that is actually we're going beyond the intent of the secondary plan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did a calculation. If you combined all blocks 3 to 6, and you do get 74 jobs per hectare.
You do?
You do.
Then I would hazard, then I would hazard this. A blanket condition, I think, even if it was under separate ownership, you know, if it was under separate ownership, the ownership of those other blocks would be able to
adopt it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or without question, be able to demonstrate that they're meeting the minimum. Okay. Steve?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm comfortable with that. With the what I'll throw out to the committee and to staff is, how do you enforce this? Because what we're doing is we're saying we're okay with this right now based on what'll happen in the future. Now, what if we don't have a condition on the other lots? We have a condition on this minor variance. And so if all of a sudden it gets leased out per the current proposal, and then the other blocks get filled with commercial as of right, where there is no condition on those, then all of a sudden this is not, what are we going to do? We're going to kick out a leased tenant and change it and say that we haven't complied with the variance. It gets, you know, I think I would suspect that's why Rosanna is hesitant to put this on, because it's very difficult to enforce, and I don't think we would ever enforce it as a town, because it would be after the fact trying to impacting, and I think there's legal ramifications if there's a signed lease there for, you know, a 10-year lease or something, right? I'm comfortable. I just, you know, I just think we're creating this is my point, and I don't mean to belabor the point. Looking at it as a minor variance, where it's not a minor variance, and we're trying to make it work because we've gone through the wrong process. And it might seem silly, but what I'm trying to, you know, ensure is that the town of Aurora gets the job yield that was planned through site-specific zoning, right? And I'm okay with some solution that achieves that, but it's got to be a workable solution.
Yes, Paul.
Through the chair, what if we put a condition saying we demonstrate above 40 per block? Because we've done that calculation, so we can easily provide that to you to meet the 40 and go exceeding the 40.
When you say you can demonstrate,
just through the job density calculation. like we did from the supplementary information provided. But essentially, we do it for each block.
Again, that would work. You may not be able to guarantee that in perpetuity, but it's, you know, because people will come and go, leases will expire and what have you. And as of right, it may not always work, but it will certainly, I could support that. I could. If you include a condition that demonstrates that to the satisfaction of staff, I'm okay with that. David.
Through the chair, if you look at the condition number 2, which is recommended condition number 2, it's something to do with the approval, that the approval of the proposed variances are conditional on the final registration of the associated draft plan of subdivision related to the lands. If there's something which the applicant and the staff somehow they can agree that this we're dealing with this specific site, but could be also related to the subdivision, so it will be all the lands within that subdivision. So basically, it's what Paul is similar to what Paul is saying, what you are saying, and also what Steve is sort of sort of going to agree to, if that's the case.
Actually,
so
that's a good point, David, because it refers to the plan of subdivision.
Yeah.
20-15-02, which I'm assuming is all of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my one point. My second point is.
Good point.
We're drafting right now.
I work with the planners every time. So the other point I wanted to bring up is, it's a business case, business part of it, and I don't know how would you apply here, how it would be handled. I've been in a case whereby even Steve has said, we've seen the limitations of the zoning. We understand it. And from business point of view, the applicant has said they tried the zoning the way it was meant for a good area and they will achieve that. But with the pandemic, with all these issues, they couldn't find a client. They can't find a client. We have this theoretical thing in zoning about how something will be done, but it's very hard to apply it, because if you want to meet that, nobody is there to buy and to make business. So what do? You stick it to whatever we have. We made ourselves a prisoner to, you adjust to accommodate with the situation. And they were able to come up with this. At least the goal is they are creating jobs, though it's not satisfying the theoretical zoning the way it's supposed to be, but the situation is different. In other words, they cannot achieve it in any way or another unless they increase the number of levels. Now there's 2-story, they make them 3rd-story, 4th-story, probably. That's how it's going to work. And that was going to be my question to the planner. Is there an opportunity for these areas to be increased to 4th floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we actually investigated this. Our original plans indicated that we would have 2 office buildings. And the problem is, one, I'm sitting in one of our office buildings that we still have vacant space and we're on a subway line. And the other problem is that if we added 1 or 2 floors, we'd have to go underground parking, and it made the project unfeasible financially. So it would literally just be that it'd be vacant land. We can't move forward. So it's either
you move with the reality. You move the reality, the business reality. We have this zoning, whatever we write in paper, we say they are good. I think we're going to achieve. Come to the reality, it's a problem. So you have to find a workaround to achieve whatever you can achieve. You have to accept that. That's how we work in these areas. You have to accept what you have because of the circumstances, the actual circumstances, the actual numbers, not the fake, the thought thing, or maybe it may be. We're dealing with the actual numbers here. We're dealing with the reality. So you try to match to the reality.
Exactly.
Those are just my comments. Thank you.
But it does apply to the entire subdivision as it was in 2015. So I you know what? I'm a lot more comfortable with it at this point.
I have it right here. We're actually drafting it right now. I have it. It's being drafted. We can add it today.
All right. I think we've I don't know that we've completely gone full circle on this one, but I'm a little bit more comfortable. And as I said at the onset, you know, you can go to one municipality and hear that one municipality take the same wording and interpret it in a slightly different way than the municipality that drafted it. And I've run into that probably too many times than I'd care to mention in my career, including my own bylaws, by the way. When I was a municipal planner for about 20 years, you know, I've had people come into my office and say, Tom, you can't interpret that bylaw like that. Yes, I can. But that's the nature of you know, something that is not always black and white.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'm going to take my comments that I made earlier, and I should have just looked at the conditions here, because it is pretty clear that you can justify the goal, but also looking at the entire draft plan or the entire plan of subdivision, because it's referenced in the document. So
perfect.
I'm gonna suggest that I'd be prepared to support these applications on that basis if there's a motion to approve. Any other final comments? Then I will look to the committee for a motion, and we're going to deal with them separately, please. So let's deal with 2023-03, and that would deal with blocks 3 and 4. Is there a motion? Linda.
I'll give you a motion.
Oh.
I move that application MV-2023-03 be approved for minor variance Haven Developments, 235107 Ontario, Inc. As indicated in the staff report, subject to Appendix A recommendation of conditions of approval.
Do I have a seconder? David, thank you for your seconder.
I can second, if you don't mind, I can second with that adjustment of adjusting that second condition, the related to the subdivision. I don't know what wording I can put in, but if that second condition dealing with the subdivision, maybe, I don't know, Anarita or Paul, you had
You
some
include a
wording.
condition in the subdivision agreement that requires a 40 job per hectare minimum on all blocks related to, blocks 2 through 7 related to this plan.
To the subdivision.
Is that, we're already in for block 1. You guys approved that.
Yeah, we already did that.
Yeah.
Did you
So
say
I support the motion.
Block 3 and 4 though right now, not 2 to 7.
Right, but because the subdivision agreement is listed in condition 2, it's just going to be open to, there'll be a condition in the subdivision agreement that would require
a
minimum of 40 jobs per hectare for all blocks, for blocks 2 through 7 in the related
subdivision
agreement.
Yeah, I think you gotta go 2 through 7 in this one and 2 through 7 in the other one.
Yes.
Linda, are you okay with the amended motion?
Fine.
Friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that is seconded by David with that friendly addition to condition 2. And I'll call the question. All of those in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
On the basis that we have reached the right conclusion through the wrong process, and I do agree with my fellow member David, that we have to be agile. but we have to also go through the process while we're being agile and respecting the reality, a process that gives integrity to the planning process and does not set a precedent for just using discretion at will.
Well said. To minor variance 2022-45, is there a motion on that application? Linda?
Yeah, through you, the chair. I move that application MV-2023-03 be approved for minor variance Haven Developments 235107 Ontario Inc. Block 5 and 6 as indicated in the staff report subject to Appendix A recommended conditions of approval. Do you have any more I should say on that with the? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's MV 2022-45, right? For blocks 5 and 6.
5 and 6.
Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah, sorry, my typo.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, do you want to clarify? So is there a seconder on that motion? Do we want to clarify? Yeah, Daniel, thank you. Is there any clarification required? I think we're consistent between the two. All right. So seconded by Daniel. I'll call the question. Steve?
Sorry, are we doing the same amendment to the condition?
Yes. That's what I wanted to just point out. Yes.
That's what I was waiting for you to jump in again for me.
Okay.
So it's to place a condition on the subdivision agreement related to this application that would require each block from 2 through 7 to provide a minimum of 40 jobs per hectare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. So seconded by Daniel, and I'll call the question. All of those in favor? And opposed? And abstained? Stephen?
For the same reasons, thank you.
Same reasons, thank you. And that carries. And that was a interesting discussion.
Yes.
Both from a site-specific and a general urban planning.
Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate your time. Steve, I understand.
Yeah,
I asked at the beginning.
I understand.
A year ago, I thought we were there. So
thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do apologize. I mean, I think we reached the right decision. It wouldn't have been fair to have sent this one back to the press. And appreciate your patience. I think I just hope that going forward, we look at this as a town and, do it the right way.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you both for being so patient to unfortunately be the last on the agenda. But
it's okay.
It's okay.
We're just glad that everything went well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
Great night, everyone.
You too.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right. That completes the items for review for this evening. I'll look to the committee for any new business. Any announcements? All right. Well, again, this is our last of our last and final meetings together as a group. I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. It's been an extreme pleasure working with each and every one of you, staff included. I've appreciated everyone's continuous efforts for the last 8 years on my part. And I wish that, well, at least one of you continue on this committee for continuity's sake and for the benefit of staff, because if there isn't, it's going to be it's going to be an interesting committee that comes forward. And but it has been a pleasure. So again, I appreciate everyone. Hopefully we get a chance to get together on a social basis in the very near future with current members and some past members of the Committee of Adjustment. And yeah, it's been fantastic. So thanks everyone. Without any additional new business, I'll look to the committee for a motion to adjourn. Daniel, motion to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you very much, everyone, and good evening. Have a pleasant flight.
Wow. I know Daniel can't